Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, it's another big day for the Eagles as today is roster cut-down day. We get into a conversation about expectations from Howie Roseman's mindset. And also, the Phillies are starting to look like a baseball team. A great win last night. Bryce Harper walking it off. We'll have some fun with that today as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas, who was in for John this week. Connor, good morning.
Great morning, Andy.
The shirt continues to win. It continues to smell, but it's here, and that's all that matters.
It's more about the baseball team than the stupid shirt I've got on, but Bryce Harper walk-off. Eagles roster looks pretty good. We're great, man.
Yeah, it's a good day. I mean, that win last night was awesome. When they're down 2-0 early, you're going, please, because watch. I knew Zach Wheeler would end up settling in, and because that's what he does. Sometimes he gets touched up a little early in the ball game. They scored 2 runs. It took till the 4th inning. They got him around second time through the order, and you're like, please, not another Zach Wheeler outing where he pitches 6 or 7 innings, where he only allows a run or 2, and then he gets no run support whatsoever. Instead, he gets the run support. The Phillies score a run thanks to Brandon Marsh in the bottom half of the 5th inning with an Oppo-Boppo solo shot. Maybe that's a good sign for his swing. And then the following inning, in the bottom of the 6th, I said to you when I first saw you this morning, I wish John was in today because the way they scored the run in the 6th was the epitome of what John Kincade doesn't like. Bryce Harper hits the ball into the gap, which normally you expect him to stretch that into a double, but it's still an aggressive base running play. He gets to second. Then he breaks a cardinal rule. It was a ground ball to the shortstop's right, and he breaks for third base. They didn't even attempt to throw him out. Like, he had a great read on it. Don't get me wrong. Like, he, being Bryce Harper, got to third base safely to the point where they didn't even execute a throw over to third. But he breaks the cardinal rule, but he aggressively gets to third base, and then Nick Castellanos hits him in with the base hit. I don't know if he scores from second base on that situation, because it kind of floated up there a little bit. There was only 1 out in the situation, so he would have had to have frozen. And he scores because of the aggressive base running. And then, of course, in the bottom half of the 10th inning, Bryce Harper with the game-winning single, 2 guys on base. And the Phillies get the win, and that was a huge win. We talked about this a lot yesterday going into it, that this series may actually be bigger than the Braves series because if you drop 2 of 3 or, God forbid, you get swept, and look, they still have to win another game for them to not lose the series. But if they drop 2 of 3 against Houston, and at one point it wasn't looking great when they're down 2-0 yesterday, you're then up only 4 to the Braves, who are then coming to town for a 4-game series. So that was a monster win yesterday to start the series.
It definitely was, and there was a lot of stuff done right. Zach Wheeler, he gave you a great start after not his best look through 4 innings, but it's not always going to be 8 innings shutout. That's a great start that you can win those ball games. The Phils didn't panic. That's a good sign. Like, coming back from down 2-0, it's easy to win games where you put up 18 or 16 hits and you score 11 runs.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying that's easy to do, but that's a comfortable victory. To play a team like Houston in a spot where you really need a win and say, down 2-0, no worries. We're going to get a little momentum from a homer. We're going to scrape across the second one. We're going to put together great bullpen work, go to extras. And the defense in the 10th inning. Yeah. Bryce Harper makes a great play up the line. Incredible to save a run. And then Johan Rojas, who, by the way, Rob Thompson pinch hits for Brandon Marsh with Edmundo Sosa. They put Johan Rojas out there in center field as a defensive replacement. And then you get a situation where he makes a huge play to win you the ball game, basically.
Yeah.
It's great.
A good managerial day for Rob Thompson.
Yeah, kind of like he has those sometimes.
He still makes good decisions every once in a while, despite what you might hear from one third of this show here. And I'll text Johnny later on at some point when he wakes up. He's on vacation, so I'm not going to text him this early and say, hey, how about that game for the Phils yesterday with the aggressive base running and Rob Thompson's managerial decisions, which could have led to you winning 3-2. I would say did lead you to winning 3-2 in a much-needed spot. So, obviously, the Phillies will be talked about all day today. We got another big one tonight. Aaron Nola on the mound against Justin Verlander. It would be great to see them take 2 of 3. By the way, real quick, before we move on to the Eagles, I thought it was awesome that Joel Embiid was at that game yesterday for the entire game, stayed into extra innings. A lot of times you see the celebrity make the public appearance, and then they eventually go to a suite, or they eventually go into the Diamond Club section behind home plate where it's air-conditioned. Joel Embiid was there for the entire game, man, and he was recording it on his phone. Like, he was living up that moment. I thought that was freaking awesome.
Yeah, he was just chilling, man. And that's like, it's fun to see things like that. It's so easy not to have to do that as an athlete in the city. Like, it could be so simple for guys like Bryce Harper or Embiid or Hurts to not go to other games, not sit courtside at a Sixers game. Like, you don't have to do that, but when you do, feeling the city together, it's just, it doesn't really matter, but it's a nice thing to just see that these guys appreciate what the other teams in the city are doing.
And that wasn't like a chance to pander or anything.
No, he's just hanging out.
He's there. It's a regular season game. It's a game in August, right? Like, he doesn't have to be there. And look, I'm sure he probably wanted to be there. So I thought that was pretty cool. But, well, Phillies will be on the table all day today. But here's our main topic when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. So you and I touched on this yesterday. I brought it up on Friday, too. And this was kind of my reaction to the Jahan Dotson trade. When the Eagles acquired Dotson, and they trade a third-round pick, and I know it was a fourth-round pick in this past draft, and then it got moved up to a third-round pick for next year. So basically, everyone keeps on correlating to the draft pick actually being a fourth that the Eagles trade away. But let's face it, it was a third-round draft pick for next year, and third-round draft picks are pretty important. We see what those day 2 draft picks can amount to across the NFL. That's pretty high capital. And if we're talking about a team that's rebuilding, no team would do that. And remember, we've talked about this team not rebuilding, but retooling from last season. That was an aggressive trade by Howie Roseman, getting Jahan Dotson. Even though it had been reported for weeks that wide receiver 3 was not on the roster, I think we all had the same thought. All right, he's going to get somebody who gets released. Like Paris Campbell, I don't know if he officially got released yet by the Eagles. He's going to get released, right? There's a Paris Campbell in another universe or another team, right? Another one of the 31 teams in the NFL that the Eagles, we all expected, would pick up when they got cut for roster cutdown day. Instead of waiting and getting a aged player or a disappointing player, he goes out there aggressively trades for a former first-round pick.
It's an amazing move that nobody saw coming. And how many times do we say that about Howie Roseman?
All the time.
It's funny. Like, it's almost like we should stop predicting what he should do.
Right.
Because we'll come up with, oh, this might make sense. That might make sense. And then the next thing you know, he's trading for A.J. Brown on draft night.
Right.
Or he's going and getting Jahan Dotson when we didn't even know Jahan Dotson was available. Like, I didn't even consider that as a possibility. So it's above expectations nearly every time he makes one of these moves ahead of the season. And it's also, like you said, an ultra-aggressive move to go get a guy that, while he's still got 3 years of team control, if you want to exercise the fifth option, at least 2 years of team control, speaking of Jahan Dotson, he's shown that he's ready to contribute to a championship-level team right now. You had a weak spot. You fill that spot. Then you say, let's go, boys. We'll see you in Brazil.
And so here's what I want to do today. Because I know that we have come close numerous times. And maybe I'll wait till Johnny comes back next week for us to have the full-on conversation. And that conversation being whether or not this season is Super Bowl or bust. And we'll lay it all out as to why it should be, why it shouldn't be, regardless of what your expectations are. Like the Phillies this season, we know it's World Series or bust. If you were one of those fans that thought the sky was falling after one loss, forget what ended up happening over a course of 2 months. You know, the series where they got swept by the Athletics, or they get swept, or they lost that series, whatever it was. They lost the series to the A's right before the All-Star break, and there were people that were already in a panic. I think those people still had World Series or bust expectations. They just may not have believed that the team was going to do it, because look at what has happened the last 2 years, and look at the talent that they have on this team. You could have expectations of an 11-win team that loses in the first or second round of the playoffs, but still say that the season is Super Bowl or bust because of everything that's going on. Nick Sirianni, does he keep his job? Howie Roseman, does what he has been doing remain a plan of attack, which is drafting guys defensively from SEC schools, Georgia and Alabama, except for Quinyon Mitchell, and, of course, doing the same thing where it's the philosophy of building through the inside, the offensive line, the defensive line, right? There's a lot of things that go on this season where you go, all right, they might need to get to the Super Bowl for me to believe that these things can continue, for me to believe that Jalen Hurts is the quarterback. Whether that's fair or not fair, that's up to you to decide. But I want to go into the mindset of Howie Roseman. Not your own personal expectations. Not your own personal need for the Eagles to reach a certain status this season. Get into the mind of Howie Roseman, which is probably hard. Does Howie Roseman have Super Bowl or bust expectations this season?
Dude, 100%. And he has for the past 2 years. Now, I don't know if I could say the past 3 years, because in 2022, that jump that we saw from Jalen Hurts and the Eagles team as a whole, it was incredible. We expected them to be good and a playoff team. No one was looking at 2022 and saying, hey, this is going to be one of the great regular seasons in Eagles franchise history, a great playoff run, and lead to coming very close to beating Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. So I don't want to call that one a Super Bowl or bust year. It was the second year with Jalen Hurts as a starter.
Right.
But once you see that, and then you sign him in the offseason to the major contract, I think Howie Roseman, if he had a stopwatch, he would have hit it at that moment that he signs Jalen Hurts to that deal. Because at that point, you have 3 to 4 years until you get to a situation where the cap hit makes you really tight roster-wise. So it's got to be Super Bowl or bust expectations. You know your quarterback's good enough. You know your offense, talent-wise, should be good enough. Find a way with the defense. So I think the past 2 years have been Super Bowl or bust expectations, and this year's no different.
Well, and I guess the devil's advocate would be, if I'm Howie Roseman, I'm going, look, I put myself and my team in a better position by acquiring Jahan Dotson, but hold on a second. Don't hold me to that fire just yet, because this defense is very young. I drafted a rookie corner in Quinyon Mitchell. I drafted a rookie, Swiss Army knife in Cooper DeJean. Where is he going to play? We'll find out. We do still have some aging players that we still have to kind of move on from. We have to see what the status is with James Bradbury. Brandon Graham's gone after this season. We did just lose Fletcher Cox. We did just lose Jason Kelsey. There are things that Howie Roseman could probably say to try to tamper your expectations. But I also see him making aggressive moves like Jahan Dotson, like signing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, hell, signing Saquon Barkley. That is not a move. If Howie Roseman were to tell you, oh, that's a move for 2-3 years down the line, baloney, right? That's a move where you're going, we believe that this team can win again this season, and that's why my personal expectations are Super Bowl or bust. I'm talking as Howie Roseman here. I think it probably is in his mindset that that's what they're going to try to accomplish this year.
Now, the thing that I keep thinking back to, right, because I don't even look at this year, because this year is as good of, if not not even, I'm not even going to say that. And this may be hindsight, but with two coordinators last year that never held their positions versus Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, I'd say the expectations for this season, rightfully going into it, are higher. We had high ones last year. We know what happened. But ahead of last season, with probably lesser expectations than what you have this year, Howie Roseman and Jason Kelsey put out that video of them doing the toast, taking Jason Kelsey a full one, Howie Roseman 3/4 of a shot, and saying to Vegas, you're talking about, it'd be easy if the team didn't have those expectations to say, let's have a great last year, big guy, or let's go out on a high note. No, they said to Vegas, where the Super Bowl was being played.
Right.
They had their sights set on it from Jump Street last year, and there's no way that's changed for them.
Okay, and so here's the funny thing, right? All right, we normally don't take calls in the first segment, but I'm going to do this strategically because I knew something like this was coming. Let's go to Mike in the Lehigh Valley. What up, Mike?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I think they are Super Bowl or bust, but they shouldn't be just because of the question marks on the defense.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree the Dotson trade does make them more Super Bowl or bust. It also makes me think Howie might be thinking still one more step ahead, because now you have Saquon and Dotson there. Was Dotson just another way to try to recruit Parsons?
No, I don't know. Like if you're Dallas, you're going to do whatever you can to hold on to that man, just like they did whatever they could to hold on to CeeDee Lamb, and they did that yesterday. I don't think Micah Parsons is gone, and I also don't think that they acquired Jahan Dotson just to try to get Micah Parsons. I love the conspiracy thinking, tinfoil cap thinking, but I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, I just wanted to.
But real quick, so you believe it might be Super Bowl or bust, but you don't think they should be there because of the question marks. Now you're saying that as a fan. Howie Roseman is probably going, screw that, dude. I'm going Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, I agree they have the talent to be Super Bowl or bust, but until we see it in a real game, I'm not sure if I can fully be there.
Listen,
yet.
I got you, Mike, and I appreciate the call. You're totally right in saying that. Here's the luxury that you have that Howie Roseman doesn't. Howie Roseman doesn't have the luxury of, I got to see them play a game first.
Right.
Howie Roseman has to build a team going into a season, right? So if Howie Roseman says, all right, I'm going to build a team to win a Super Bowl, he has to do that either over a course of a couple of seasons. You know, you start building the groundworks, to check out my friends at Groundworks. You start building the groundwork, and then you get the bones, you get the core, and then you start adding pieces every once in a while. You saw him add those pieces. Saquon Barkley is an addition. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is an addition. So is Jahan Dotson. Yeah, you obviously have to draft, and you have to hit on some guys so that you can continue to add more talent to your team. And you did that, we think, with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and Jalix Hunt. And we'll see about Johnny Wilson. We'll see about Anais Smith, where you have to add some pieces here and there via the draft. But for the most part, he does have his bones here, right? Like Jalen Hurts is a core. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, core guys. The offensive line, core guys. Howie Roseman doesn't have the luxury to, like Mike has, of, I got to see it play out first. But I knew this was going to happen. Our first caller, Connor, he's trying to tamper expectations.
Right.
Not the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. A fan is. Why?
Because he's probably in the camp of, it's a defense mechanism. It is. You want to protect yourself. You want to try not to get too far ahead. You want to not set the expectations too high so you don't force yourself to freak out after every single loss. If you go into a season with expectations of, yeah, they should be good, but I'm not going to put myself mentally in the space of championship or bust, you can cover yourself if the season doesn't go the way that you expect. But deep down, I think that every single Eagles fan should be looking at this season as that type of year.
Right.
Right?
Like I have been hesitating from saying it, more so because of a content purpose. Like, I don't want to go Super Bowl or bust in June, right? Like, if I start saying Super Bowl or bust in June, come August, you're going to be tired of me hearing it, right? I've kind of strategically kept myself from saying things.
Can't play that card too early.
Exactly. Howie Roseman has been playing that card. Howie Roseman, to your point, replenished the team after losing in the Super Bowl to the point where we all kind of had the same mindset. Wow, this is going to be the team that's going to be the outlier. The team that loses the Super Bowl normally struggles the following year. Look at the moves that this guy put together. They're going to do whatever they can to get back. And through 11 weeks, 12 weeks if you had to buy, you felt pretty good about it. They were 10-1. They collapse, and instead of going, all right, we collapsed. We got to get rid of a lot of guys. We got to start over. No, he got rid of some maybe bad eggs in Hassan Reddick and Quez Watkins, right? And he goes from Quez Watkins to Jahan Dotson, which is an improvement in everybody's eyes. Hassan Reddick will see if that is an improvement or not.
Right now, it's an infinite upgrade.
Well, because he's not going to be playing for the Jets. You're right. Yeah, you're right. But Howie Roseman goes, I'm going to make that team that collapsed better instead of going backward and trying to redo this team. Yeah, I'm going to bring in a little bit more youth that we're probably accustomed to, and we're going to see some young guys play defensively. But honestly, dude, they needed it. Like last year, that defense was old and not talented. Like they tried getting a lot of veterans to come in here on 1 year to try to survive another season, right?
Yes.
It was very much like the Sixers last year with a bunch of older bench players in Marcus Morris and Patrick Beverley, right? Instead, he's going, you know what? We have a freaking talented offense. Let me make that more talented by adding Saquon Barkley, and let me go with the youth movement. If they struggle, the defense this year, at least you go, all right, they struggled, but there's upside. Those guys that struggled last year, that's because that's who they were.
Yeah, they're either that guy for their entire career or their career is on the back nine.
Right.
And they might be on hole 17 or 18. You're absolutely right. And this year feels different because of that. This year feels different because of the coaching staff. This year feels different from last year for a good amount of reasons. But the goal is the same, right? That's why he made the moves last year. That's why Howie Roseman has done what he's done this offseason. That's why he's keeping this team constantly in contention. And frankly, we talk about this all the time with baseball owners. Guys that just don't really care about winning. They're just in there to cash a check and everything like that. I don't think there's GMs like that in the NFL. Like, I think all GMs are trying to win. But I do think there's some GMs that are a little hesitant to go all in on a year or all in on a 2 to 3 year window. There's always this goal to have a balance of sustainability with like competitiveness for a Super Bowl. Howie Roseman said, screw that. And frankly, if he didn't, I wouldn't want him as the GM of this team because you're in such a good spot.
So let's get into the mindset of Howie Roseman. Again, not your mindset, because right away, our first caller, well, hold on a second. It probably should be Super Bowl or bust, but I don't want to go there because of blah, 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 blah. No. Is Howie Roseman in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? We'll talk to Jeff McLane about this coming up at 8:10. He'll probably have a better feel on it than we do. But I think Howie Roseman's saying, damn right I want to try to get back to the Super Bowl this year. And I'm going to do whatever I can to do that. And that's why I've made the moves that I've made, including a trade for Jahan Dotson. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. We continue the conversation next. But as happy as I am about the Phillies today, they also made a decision yesterday that should drive you all mad. And we'll talk about that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor, and for John right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
pro.
It is 6:29 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. All right, so here's what we got on the table today, and you can text in, you can call in 610-632-0975. Obviously, overall Phillies discussion after the win yesterday. We had somebody on the text line saying that we only talk about them when they win and we don't talk about them when they lose. I don't know what show you're listening to.
Yeah, trust me. I've been hearing these two talk plenty, Andrew and John, about when they lose. So
Yeah.
I like to do the wins.
Don't know what show you're talking about. I know maybe 2 months ago I was telling people to stop freaking panicking, and I would basically ignore anyone that said they were going to lose the division, and I still ignore you if you say that because they're not going to lose the division. But if you want to point out issues with the team, like how 2 days ago in a game that they won, I said this on the air yesterday. They beat the doors off the Royals. They scored 11 runs, and I still ripped Bryson Stott for getting picked off on second base. That was the day after an 11-run win. So pipe down. Anyways, the Eagles. We are talking about them, shockingly. So is Howie Roseman in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? I want to get into the head of Howie Roseman. So, again, a little bit of a different tact here. We're not giving our opinion of whether or not it is a Super Bowl or bust season. I want you to put your head in the brain of Howie Roseman. Do you believe that he is thinking Super Bowl or bust? Do you believe that he is walking into Jeffrey Lurie's office at some point this week or next week before week one, or even during the offseason in the past, maybe it's already happened, where he says to Jeffrey Lurie, hey, I'm going to do whatever I can to get this team back into the Super Bowl. And not just saying that like macho, like if a guy on the Carolina Panthers said, we're going to try to win the Super Bowl this year. Oh, wait, Adam Thielen literally said that last year. Like, that was dumb, right? Yes. Howie Roseman could absolutely say, we're going to try to win the Super Bowl this year. Howie Roseman also has the right to say, hey, I need you to be a little patient with us because we're trying to rebuild this defense. We've got a lot of young guys. You know, our defensive line are 3 guys under the age of 25 that are starters. I don't know. Bryce Huff's probably, 26?
Yeah.
Let me see how old
Great
Bryce
guess
Huff is.
there.
Bryce Huff is 26 years old.
Nailed it.
Okay?
Football
so
guy.
then you have Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and then Josh Sweat. He's the greasy vet at 27. So you have your starting 4 are 27 and below, right? And then your corners, Darius Slay's in his 30s, but it's going to be Isaiah Rodgers. It's going to be Keely Ringo. It's going to be Quinyon Mitchell. It's going to be Cooper DeJean in the slot. Like, you have a young secondary. Howie Rosen could say to Jeffrey Lurie, hey, you got to be a little patient with me here. Or he's going into Jeffrey Lurie's office and saying, I'm going to bring you back another Lombardi. Where do you think Howie Rosen's mindset is going into this season? You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. We'll get to some texts as this show goes on in this segment. But I need to bring this up. So today is a day of celebration. The Phillies won yesterday. That was a great baseball game. That was an October-like feel baseball game.
It was.
3-2. Both teams had opportunities, but the pitching staffs got out of it. I mean, they combined for 17 hits. Like, it's not like yesterday was the Phillies had 5 hits and the Astros had 4, and that's why it was a 3-2 ball game. No, the Phils had 9 hits. The Stros made 2 errors, so they had guys on base. The Astros had 8 hits, and it took extra innings for the Phillies to win it yesterday. It was a great baseball game. October-like feel.
Great crowd, too. And
it was great.
Brett, are you bringing up the Altuve thing later?
No.
A nice welcome of Jose Altuve, too, with a single finger from a couple of fans.
when he pinch hit because people are still upset about the cheating scandal.
Listen, that's fine with me. I got no beef with that.
Look, you have every right to still be upset about the cheating scandal. Just remember that since that's been caught, Jose Altuve has batted .300, .311, and .296. So,
well, yeah, we're not saying he stinks.
Cheating
we're
or
saying,
no
hey,
cheating,
screw
Jose
you, guy.
Altuve still
The new Barry Bonds.
He's still a first ballot Hall of Famer, all right? But anyways, I like Jose Altuve a lot. I'm a big fan of his. The Phillies get a nice win yesterday. But before the game, Rob Thompson had his daily media availability. And our own Colin Newby was down there. Colin does a great job behind the scenes here at the station, doing a lot of digital content. You can read his work on 975thefanatic.com. And make sure you check out his Twitter account because he posts a lot of video from, media availability, whether it's with the Flyers, whether it's with the Sixers, or in this case, yesterday with the Phillies. And yesterday, Rob Thompson was asked about Taijuan Walker, and he made a decision to play him and start him on Wednesday. Take a listen.
But I was encouraged by his velocity. I know he threw some pitches down the middle, but he got behind as well. So And I think he deserves, because of who he is and his experience, he deserves another shot.
Okay. First off, encouraged by his velocity. Wow, so he was hitting 91 instead of 90 on a four-seam fastball. That's great. I don't think that's going to all of a sudden climb up to 92, 93 in the next start. I don't think he's getting stretched out, Connor.
No. I mean, it wouldn't be the craziest thing because he has just recently started throwing again. But I'm not like I'm not
he was throwing
banking on
gas
that.
last year too, right?
Like I'm not saying. Well, listen, I'm not saying it's impossible that his velocity is a mile per hour higher next start. But it's not something. Even if it is, not the point. Not the point.
He then says, he did throw a couple of pitches over the middle of the plate. Yeah, that's not good. I'm going to compare Taijuan Walker, and I had this realization the other day watching him pitch. And it was a scary realization, and it's, man, very, very accurate. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. It's Jake Arrieta. Jake Arrieta used to be an explosive pitcher, right? Could get by just blowing people away. Once the velocity started to dip, and remember, they got him at a late time. They paid him a lot of money on the tail end of his career, which that's exactly what happened with Taijuan Walker, right?
Correct.
Paid him a lot of money, tail end of the career. Only difference was Taijuan Walker got a 4-year deal. Jake Arrieta got 3. Jake Arrieta never learned how to pitch with his arm losing 3 or 4 miles per hour. He continued to throw everything over the heart of the plate. He did not learn how to paint. He did not learn how to hit the corners. That was his own issue. His sinker, his two-seamer that moved a lot. Like, his pitches had movement. They would just go right back over the middle of the plate because he thought that he could blow people away. And he'd get roughed up because of it. Taijuan Walker has not learned how to pitch throwing 91, 92 yet. He's not hitting corners. He's not painting. He's throwing over the middle of the plate. And teams will tattoo that. Whether you're the Kansas City Royals, a playoff team in their conference or their league, or you're the Chicago White Sox. I guarantee you, if Taijuan Walker pitched against the 31 and 101 Chicago White Sox, he'd probably still give up a home run or two because they are big league players, no matter how bad they are. He has not earned another opportunity. Rob Thompson, that's the word that's really bothering me in that clip. He earned another opportunity. How can you look somebody in the eyes, being Rob Thompson or whether it was Dave Dombrowski? I don't know who made the call. It could have been somebody above him. I don't know. But whoever made the decision, and the words that came out of Rob Thompson's mouth were that he earned another opportunity. How can you actually say that when his last outing was probably one of his worst all season long?
Well, the thought process there from Rob Thompson is the track record, right? We talk about it with hitters all the time. It does extend to pitchers as well, where you say, okay, back of the baseball card over the course of a long career tells me this. Here's where it changes, and the Phillies have shown you it changes. And we were just talking about this guy in the break. Now, I don't care that Whit Merrifield, well, I do care because it drives me insane. It's tearing the cover off the ball down in
He went
Atlanta.
5 for 5 last night.
Insane. In a game against the Twins up there at Target Field. Like, he's batting 500 over his last 20 at-bats.
Yeah.
But when he was here, you had a bunch of track record to tell you Whit Merrifield should be good. Eventually, there comes a point where you say, we know what he is now. We got to cut bait. Like, I don't care that Taijuan Walker has had a career that should encourage you that, hey, he may come out of this at some point because he's just this veteran pitcher that has earned the benefit of the doubt. Like, you have told us with the decision to cut Whit Merrifield earlier this year that has a breaking point. And a lot of the fan base is there, and I think the team should be there. So, earned, I understand the argument a little bit, but we're past that point.
So he has made 13 starts this season. Taijuan Walker has. And number 14, inexplicably, will be Wednesday. Number 14 will be this Wednesday. And I'm telling you right now, the Phillies need to score 6 or 7 runs in that ball game to win it. The Houston Astros will rake against Taijuan Walker. I saw a great tweet yesterday. I think it was from the Coggin Toboggan, who said the Astros are already up 3-0 on Wednesday. And that's how I feel too. I think that's how everybody feels. Taijuan Walker's made 13 starts. So for him to say he's earned it based off of reputation, or what he saw in his last outing with his velocity that increased like 1/10 of a mile per hour, he has 2 quality starts this year. Again, quality start is bare minimum 6 innings, 3 earned runs or less. And of those 2 quality starts, one of them was 3 earned runs. Like, he did the worst of the best of quality start, right? He went 6 innings where he allowed 3 earned runs. He has had 11 starts that are not quality starts, and they didn't even come close except for one where he went 5 2/3 and allowed 2 earned runs. Other than that, he has been far away from anything close to quality in 10 of his 13 starts this year. Like, just because he was good 4 or 5 years ago when he was still humming 95, 96, that's one thing. He's throwing 90, 91. Like, it's not like Whit Merrifield will eventually break through. Like, Whit Merrifield, I was shocked that they actually made the decision to release him.
Yeah.
But okay, it happened. I'm stunned that he's having the turnaround that he is. But to your point, back of the baseball card. Back of the baseball card works with hitting. I don't believe back of the baseball card can work with pitching if you add average mile per hour next to it. And his has dropped 4 or 5, and he has not learned how to pitch and change his way of pitching since his arm has clearly lost a lot of its firepower.
Yeah, and for the record, like, I don't want people who might have not been catching yesterday's show when we talked about this for the first time. Like, I did not want Taijuan Walker to make his next start. If it was up to me, he would have not been making that start, and he would have probably not been on this baseball team. But you have to consider options, and that was kind of my hedging of the bet yesterday. My reason for bringing that up is just to try and think about, we talked about getting inside the mind of Howie Roseman. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get inside the mind of Rob Thompson, why he should say something that everybody in the fan base should think is crazy. The one thing I will say, bumping him up to Wednesday is not a promotion. That's a demotion. They're throwing him on Wednesday in a final game of the series against the Astros, probably in hopes that they can get a win tonight with Aaron Nola and that they'll have the series won by the time he throws, rather than starting a series that you really need with him on the mound.
You know what, dude? They better freaking win tonight, because I can't go into a rubber match with Taijuan Walker on the mound against a Houston Astros team that is hot and hitting the baseball all over again. He is going to get tattooed on Wednesday. I already know it. So they better freaking win today. And that's a problem. And now you're going to go into the game. Like, if I'm any of those players Wednesday night and I see a first inning run, we literally had this conversation yesterday. It is natural to go, ugh. And then you don't play with the same energy and enthusiasm when you know you're going to be playing from behind the 8 ball right out of the gate. It's a terrible decision by the Phillies, and it's not, like, I'm pissed off by it. All right, we'll get to the text messages coming up next. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Get into the mind of Howie Roseman. Do you believe that he thinks it's a Super Bowl or bust conversation? And your reaction to Taijuan Walker being given another start, this time on Wednesday, against the Houston Astros. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor, and for John today right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Vitalico.
The thing that bothers me, how the hell does an offense with all these stars
Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. So, is Howie Roseman in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? Not you, not Connor Thomas, not Brendan Gunn, not myself, Andrew Salciunas. We'll get to that conversation next week as we get closer to week one. Do you believe that Howie Roseman, the general manager, president of football operations for the Philadelphia Eagles, is in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? And don't give me the cookie cutter answer of, well, everybody's striving to win the Super Bowl. No. I want to know, if Howie Roseman does not make it to the Super Bowl this year, will he go overboard and fire Nick Sirianni despite making it to an NFC Championship game and losing? Like, we will find out ramifications, right? Exactly where his mindset is after the season. But let's have some fun with this today. Let's get into it on August 27th, all right? Is Howie Roseman in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? Has he done things this offseason? And I believe the Jahan Dotson trade is a prime example of it, but I'll go even further back to the Saquon Barkley signing, because you know that Howie Roseman does not pay big money on running backs. They clearly needed some running back help last year. They needed some help for Jalen Hurts, and they got that for him. I think Howie Roseman's in the mindset of, yeah, we better get to a Super Bowl this year, boys.
Yeah, honestly, if I think it was Howie Roseman on the Comcast Business Hotline right now, how you doing, Howie? And you asked him that question, he would say, yeah, dude, duh. Like, how could he not be in the Super Bowl or bust mindset with the talent that he had going into this offseason, the collapse of last year, in an opportunistic year? Like, you had how many teams in football last year were just absolutely dreadful? No good quarterback play. You had a situation in the NFC Championship game where you had a young Detroit Lions team that got there.
Right.
That I think at your best with the right coaching, you could have been better than. Like, I think the Eagles were more talented definitely on offense than that team last year. And we talk about it this year. And then a San Francisco 49ers team who you just smoked in the NFC Championship game the year before. You were in that conversation. And now that was the year that completely collapsed. You have to be in that type of mindset because you're wasting too much time of a Jalen Hurts prime, contract-wise and play-wise,
right,
that you're not going to be able to overcome in like 4 or 5 years.
All right, so let's hear from you. 610-632-0975. You can text and call in. Also, Phillies always on the table, as you know. Nice win last night. Had a nice playoff feel to it. But I also want to react to Rob Thompson or whoever in the Phillies organization was, because I don't want to just completely pin this on Topper. It may be his decision. I don't know. I also don't think, well, it's been reported, it wasn't his decision to start Christopher Sanchez in the playoff game last year and take him out after 2 1/3. Like, that was an organizational decision. So, who knows? I have a feeling that a couple years ago, Howie Roseman made sure that Alshon Jeffrey got back on the field.
Yeah.
Even though he was cooked, but he was getting paid a lot of money, and Travis Fulgham was not, right? Like, I do believe sometimes the contract helps make a decision. And so Taijuan Walker, whoever made it, is pitching on Wednesday, moving him up a day to face the Houston Astros. Your reaction to that as well. What do we got in the text line, B-Gun? Good morning, by the way.
Good morning, guys. How's it going? We got Miz from the Northeast Philly checking in. He says, I can't see how Howie Roseman doesn't think it's Super Bowl or bust, and I don't see how anyone else can say Phillies are World Series or bust, and the Eagles aren't that. The Eagles built what looks like to be a fantasy football team. They have arguably the best roster in football. Yeah, the coordinators have to do their jobs, but with the talent this roster has, it's absolutely Super Bowl or bust. Tough one right there.
I mean, look, I said this to John on Friday. I kind of just want to give Howie Roseman the Executive of the Year award right now. Because here's the deal. To what Miz just said is kind of what I said on Friday. If they don't win, or if they don't have a successful season, like 12 wins and they win a playoff game, if that stuff doesn't happen, I don't think it's because Howie Roseman built a bad roster.
No, like, legitimately, I know there's more that goes into it. We think of the GM as the guy who drafts and makes trades and figures out stuff with contract things. But there's a lot of day-to-day stuff that Howie Roseman does. From this perspective, though, just being a little bit hyperbolic about it, he could put his feet on his desk for the rest of the season, and he should be fine.
Yeah.
Like, he's done everything he can do to this point to put the Eagles in as good a spot to contend for a championship as any GM in football could have. His job, for all intents and purposes, until the trade deadline, is done. And he's done an exceptional job at putting together the roster. This will not be on him if this goes poorly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think he could. I know it sounds hot takey, but I'm serious. Like, I think the NFL writers right now, whoever does the voting, the AP, right?
We'll talk to Rob Motti. I'll shoot him a text.
I think they should all text each other and say, "Hey, we don't need to waste our time with this one, right? Like, we all agree, Howie Roseman, Executive of the Year." The Eagles could go 4-13, and I think he should still win it.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Well, look, the offense, there's no excuse for the offense, right? If the offense falls apart, it's either because of the coach. And look, I know he hires the coaches, blah, blah, blah. There is no reason for this team to finish with less than 12 wins, unless catastrophic injury happens. But there is no reason this team should not finish with at least 12 wins. Okay, fine. You want to give me 11? We can have that conversation. I've been saying 12-5 since that schedule came out, with the chances of going up to 13-4 or 14-3 if they're really freaking dominant. I've never said 12-5 with the chance of 11-6. I'm saying with the chance of going up.
Yes.
I've been saying that since the schedule came out.
You have, and you're absolutely right, man. Now, if they go 4-13, no one's going to be around to care about whether or not Howie Roseman wins Executive of the Year because our heads are all going to explode again. But that's the thing. Like, your point fully stands. He has done everything you could have asked him to do to put this team in the proper situation. He's had an amazing offseason, and we've said that, like 3 of the past 4 years?
Right.
He's so good right now. I don't know if there's a prime for executives, but if there is, Howie Roseman is in his right now.
Look, he had an amazing offseason going into last season, and that's why they were 10-1. It's just issues became between the coach and quarterback, and then probably other trickle-down effects from that, and that's why they ended up having that all-time collapse. But I don't think it was because of the way the roster was built. Yeah, the defense needed work, and he did a major facelift on it this offseason. But going into last year, we were talking about, let's not do revisionist history now. We were talking about how that team was going to break the mold, and they were going to be the team that lost in the Super Bowl and got back to it the following season. We were saying that. Now we're saying again this year, I think. Or maybe we're not, because I know there are some callers that are still hesitant to say it. But what do you believe Howie Roseman is thinking? Text in, call in 610-632-0975. We'll get more of your reaction to this coming up next. But also, ESPN put together their top 100 NFL players list. Not the coaches and executive polls. It's the analysts that cover the NFL for ESPN. Jalen Hurts is low, man. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
3 wins in a row for the Phillies.
One on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic. Connor in for John today. Coming up, this week, I should say, because John is out. He's down the Jersey Shore. He'll be back next Tuesday following the Labor Day day off. I'm still working Labor Day Monday.
Me too.
I mean, what's going on here? It's football season, baby, and John's taking a week off?
He's been doing this like 20 years longer than us.
Oh, yeah?
I think
I thought he was our age.
Just like Taijuan Walker's earned his next start.
No, yeah, exactly. Baloney. I want to get some texts on that. I know we have a couple coming in, which is absolutely ridiculous. No matter who made the decision, whether it was Rob Thompson himself or Dave Dombrowski. Hell, if Caleb Cotham went up to Rob and said, hey, I think he deserves another opportunity, you all better be freaking right. Because if he goes out there and gets shelled, which we all expect him to, I think Rob Thompson expects him to go out there and get obliterated by the Astros. If that happens, shame on you, and you have to answer to it.
No, it's not even you better be right. You're wrong. I'll tell you right now, you are already wrong. Making the decision to give Taijuan Walker his next start is the incorrect one by the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, there are times we talk about this to defend Rob Thompson. I'm not saying it's him, but like we know there's a little bit of question about who would have made the decision, whatever. But
it's like Howie does. Like, I don't know if Nick Sirianni. I still don't believe that Nick Sirianni moved on from Sean Desai and put in Matt Patricia. I believe firmly that Howie Roseman did that.
And we know sometimes it's not as simple as like the coach is making the decision, the manager making the decision. There are other factors. But my argument here, like we say sometimes Rob Thompson, in his managerial decisions during a game, makes the right decision and gets the wrong result. Sometimes the opposite can happen. You can make the wrong decision and get a good result. Taijuan Walker could go out there and give you 6 innings of 2-run baseball, and we could feel fine when we wake up Thursday morning. It's still the wrong decision. He has shown you enough that he is not good enough to make his next start, and then you reevaluate after that. And instead, they decide to give him the ball. So, whatever.
By the way, six innings of 2 earned run baseball. The last time you saw that, at least that, or less than that, was May 11th. When he pitched 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run against the Miami Marlins. That was the last time he did that. May 11th. And it's not like he's hovered around then since. No, he has been awful. Awful. And they're giving him another opportunity. And that is just horrible. It's malpractice.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. There's not many things where I'll take the Phillies to task on because I do think they run a strong organization. And more often than not, they put themselves in a good position to win baseball games.
And they won yesterday, and I'm happy. Today was a day where I want to be happy.
Right. I mean, we're ecstatic about where the team is. That's just a bad decision in a vacuum. You cannot make it.
Well, I part of the reason why I'm thrilled today is once I find out that news that Taijuan Walker's pitching Wednesday, I'm glad they won yesterday. I almost said bleeping A. Bleeping A, they better have won last night.
Yeah.
Because you are already at least with 1 loss in this series with Taijuan Walker on the mound unless the bats explode and can go toe-to-toe with the Houston Astros offense. So we want your reaction on that at 610-632-0975. But the main topic today, Howie Roseman. Get into his head. What is the mindset of Howie Roseman? Do you believe his mindset is Super Bowl or bust? I believe that that's where he is thinking, and he has done that. I believe that because of the moves he's made. Saquon Barkley is not a move he normally makes. He made it. Jahan Dotson, instead of just waiting for a roster cut-down casualty of a veteran wide receiver like we saw last year with Julio Jones, right? No, he goes out there and trades for a former first-round pick. Now, it's under control for 3 years, so it's not like he traded for a rental. If he traded for a rental, that might be even more of a surefire lock that he was going after it this season. He has him for 3 more years. But regardless, you went out there and traded a third-round pick, which is a high draft pick, to a division rival that is rebuilding for a good wide receiver. I think Howie Roseman, the moves that he's making, is telling us that he is in Super Bowl or bust, and I want to get into that mindset. Do you agree that that's where he's at? Because I know a lot of you aren't there. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. Coming up in 5 minutes, we go through the ESPN top 100 players list in the NFL. Jalen Hurts is pretty low, but there's context to everything. So we'll get into that in a couple of minutes. But what do we got on the text line, B-Gun?
Yeah, we got a nameless guy checking in or girl checking in. They said, how could Howie or anybody else think that this Eagles team is Super Bowl bound when the defense is a complete unknown?
And look, that is a fair point. And I played devil's advocate in the first segment. If I'm Howie Roseman, And if Jeffrey Lurie, I mentioned that Howie Roseman may have gone to Jeffrey Lurie's office and said, hey, I'm bringing you back the Lombardi Trophy this year. Jeffrey Lurie could have walked down to Howie's office and said, hey, you winning me my Super Bowl this year? And Howie Roseman could go, well, Jeff, listen, I got the offense intact for 2-3 years with the Saquon contract. Jahan Dotson's here for 3 more years. You saw what I did with A.J. and Devontae Smith. I've locked up our offensive linemen. We got a new young center in Cam Jurgens getting the opportunity this year with Jason's retirement, so we have to be patient about that. And defensively, I did what a lot of people were asking of me to do. I gave it a facelift. I gave it youth. Quinyon Mitchell's a rookie. Cooper DeJean is a rookie. Isaiah Rodgers didn't play last year because of the gambling, right? Keely Ringo is a second-year player. Jalen Carter is a second-year player. Jordan Davis is a third-year player. We're giving Nakobe Dean an opportunity despite how he's not played well. I could easily play devil's advocate.
Right.
But you know that's not what Howie Roseman's mindset is.
No, for sure not. I mean, and the whole defense is a complete unknown. I think that's overstating it. I think there are question marks on the defense. I don't think the defense itself is a complete unknown. At the end of the day, last year's problems on the defense, were they talent-related? For sure. But they were also more, to me, coaching-related. I think you had pieces on that defense that were capable of making that a top half of the league unit. They finished at like 30th. And the reason why is because you didn't have continuity with the coaching staff. You changed defensive coordinators partway through the year, and neither of those guys were very good. So you bring in a guy in Vic Fangio who has as good of a track record as any defensive coordinator in football. This dude has been around longer than we've been alive.
Right.
And that's a crazy amount of experience to put out there to expect a defense to just be a non-factor.
Right.
You also have talent. You bring in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson again. You still have Darius Slay. You draft guys in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. You trade for Bryce Huff, who you look at him as a potential upside. The defensive line, I know there's question marks, but we talked about this earlier. There's upside. Like, there's not nobody's that the question mark is why are they on the team?
Right. It's not Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Morrow. Like, it's all right. Devin White has upside because of where he was at one point coming into the NFL. Same with the defensive line. Okay, Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh, you brought him in 2 years ago to be added pieces. What they did was a lot more than what a lot of us expected. But if they brought back, like, Fletcher Cox, I know he had a great year last season. But if you brought back Fletcher Cox for another year, it's like, all right, at some point it's going to fall off. These guys are supposed to go up from here.
Right. It's not like the whole defense is Brandon Graham, where it's just like, yeah, there's a level of production, but the question mark how much they have left in the tank or stuff like that. It's not the whole defense is James Bradbury, where, oh, does this guy even have the ability to play football anymore? Like, there's upside with the defense, and while there are some question marks, there are enough things about that side of the ball that I should be able to expect them to be top half of the league. And if you have a top 3 or 4 offense and you have a top 15 defense, you're going to be in the conversation come January to head to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, yes, like I understand what the texters saying with the question marks, but I think they overstated it when they said the defense is a complete unknown.
And it's okay for you to have those question marks. Howie Roseman has a job, by the way. Like, this is still his job. And Howie Roseman's job is to fix the defense that was horrible last year, and it looks like he's doing that. And so if he's doing that, he's going to tell his boss, Jeffrey Lurie, hey, I'm going to try to get us back to the Super Bowl this year. I don't think Howie Roseman is the type of guy we have seen, just based off of his moves, going back to 2017 for crying out loud. Howie Roseman doesn't seem to be a guy that goes to Jeffrey Lurie's office and says, I need you to be patient with me. Howie Roseman seems to be a guy that goes to the office and says, I'm going to do whatever I can to win this year.
Well, how many times we've had the conversation on the show about whether or not you can rebuild in the city of Philadelphia with the Eagles?
I don't think you can.
And that was all of our takes, was that it's not a place where you can rebuild because the fan base.
Howie said it himself.
Yes.
We had that conversation. I remember as a topic. This was back when I was doing middays. And then Howie Roseman said in a press conference, hey, we can't rebuild in Philadelphia.
Right. So, yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust. That should tell you everything you need to know about Howie Roseman's mindset. He will never rebuild.
Again, his mindset, not yours. Do you believe Howie Roseman has the mindset of Super Bowl or bust this season? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Real quick, B-Gun, give us the Taijuan Walker text. or the Phillies text that we have, and then we'll get into this ESPN Top 100 list.
Yeah, we got Logan in Wallingford checking in. He says if Taijuan Walker is not good enough to go against the Braves or good enough to go against the upper echelon teams, why is he good enough to go against any other team? Which the Astros are a good team as well.
The Astros are a good team. No, they're moving him up. I don't know why. You think it's a demotion moving him up?
No, I legitimately think they're terrified to open the series against the Braves in a potential
could be
8-0 or what? Well, the nothing would be.
Yeah,
on
but
the
what
offense,
if it's 1-1? And then, I get it. It's not like this is a playoff series that you're trying to win. But if it's 1-1 going into the rubber match,
great. But if it's you've already won 2 games, or if you win 2 out of 3, and then Taijuan Walker starting the series.
What I'm saying is, if you lose tonight,
no,
I
they
can't
understand.
now all of a sudden. I wish Rob didn't say anything. Honestly, hey, we're still evaluating the situation, because if they win today, all right, you move him up. I'm still pissed about it. He should not get another opportunity.
But you kind of had to.
You lose tonight. You already put it out there that he's starting on Wednesday.
Yeah, yes.
And now you're putting yourself in a position where you could very well lose this series.
I think they'd rather lose 2 of 3 to the Astros than start a huge home series against the Braves in a divisional race with a game where you don't trust the pitcher.
Right, and you'll have Wheeler on the back end of that series, that 4-game series, and it'll start with Christopher Sanchez. Man, I don't know. It's a tough spot that they are in.
Ultimately, you shouldn't be pitching at all.
Exactly. I don't think it's that hard. I get it, the contract, but I still don't think it's that hard when a guy's literally uncompetitive when he's pitching at this point of his career. All right, you can text and call in 610-632-0975, and I want you to have that number saved because I'm sure we'll get some reaction to this. So ESPN had all the analysts, everybody that covers the team, like Tim McManus, he covers the Eagles for ESPN.com. But then, of course, there's also the Dan Orlovskis and the Adam Schefters, who we'll speak with tomorrow at 8 o'clock like we do every single Wednesday. But they put together their top 100 list. Now, I have told you numerous times, I do not value the top 100 players list voted on by the players. And I've made my case pretty clear. A guy who is playing in a 4 o'clock kickoff is on the field warming up during the 1 o'clock games, not watching the games. Then they're obviously playing their 4 o'clock game, and then they're probably not getting on the bus or getting home, if they're home or away, until maybe halftime. Once they do all the media stuff, post-game training, they sit with the doctor, they get checked up. They're not getting home till probably at least halftime of Sunday Night Football,
also,
at the minimum.
It's not like you rolling home from your desk job where it's like, let me plop down on the couch and throw on Sunday Night Football.
Right.
Like, they just got done playing a game. I'd be totally understanding if they're like, I'm just going to
go to sleep
tomorrow.
Exactly. So
they just got done getting their head kicked in for 3 hours.
So I don't really value the player voting, even though it's their peers. I get it. It's one thing if we voted on radio hosts. Like, I have the luxury of being done this show and listening to the Mike Missanelli show and then turning on the best show ever and then listening to Kevin Cooney at night. I'm not doing something else, right? Like, these guys are literally playing the game that they're voting. They're playing in the game that they're voting on other people.
It's like if somebody asked us, like, what's the best morning show? And obviously we'd say Kincade Salciunas. But then if they asked us what the second best morning show would be, we'd say, I don't know.
I'm not listening.
We're on the air.
Exactly.
Like, that's it.
So they put out the top 100 list. Now, I value these more because these are people that cover the league. We did the executives and coaches poll that came out earlier in the summer where Jalen Hurts was 13th among quarterbacks. I value those more. I can disagree with it. Like, I can say, no, I think Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback. I don't believe he's 13 in the league. But I will hear that out more than an edge rusher that didn't play the Eagles last year.
Totally understand.
I can't. Those guys are paid to evaluate talent.
Now,
if Jalen Hurts became a free agent, those executives and those coaches have to evaluate whether or not they want to sign that guy.
Yeah, I think there is more validity to the players list than you give it personally.
And that's fine.
But I understand the argument as to why it's not as valid as other outlets.
So the Eagles have 6 players in the top 100. Now, that won't be the focus of the conversation. The focus will be where Jalen Hurts is. Jalen Carter is at number 100, so he's the first player mentioned. Devontae Smith is at number 80. Lane Johnson at 72. Saquon Barkley at 48. A.J. Brown at 21. And I'm about to tell you where Jalen Hurts is. Now, remember, this is top 100. This is not top 100 quarterbacks. This is players across the league. It is kind of hard to evaluate that. Like, there is probably somebody, just look at the Eagles, for example. The Eagles value the trenches more than other areas of the field. I'm sure there's an analyst at ESPN that values cornerback play more than defensive line play. So this is where you're kind of in that weird spot where it's kind of going all over the place. What's more important, a quarterback or a running back? I would say a quarterback is more important, but is that running back more talented than the quarterback, right?
Right. Do you like offense better than defense?
Right.
I love offense. I'm picking my top 100 might be all offensive players. Like, there'd be a couple of guys sprinkled in there, but I want to see points scored. There's inherent bias to how you consume the game of football, and it changes the list.
So coming in at number 1, shockingly, is Patrick Mahomes. At number 2, Lamar Jackson. At number 3, Justin Jefferson. So that's where you get into that weird spot. Like, okay, is he the most talented? Is he the third most talented player in the NFL? Does his position have anything to do with it, right? Like, there's no kicker. I haven't seen a kicker yet.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, Justin Tucker might be the most talented kicker in the history of the NFL. He's probably somewhere in the top 100. I don't know. Justin Jefferson's at 3. Myles Garrett is at 4. Josh Allen comes in as the 5th best player in the NFL. That means they have him as the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. But 5th best player.
See, I don't think the Josh Allen thing is as crazy as you
5th best
look at it.
player? I know that there's a case that he can be the 3rd best quarterback, but 5th best player?
I mean, the dude is just like, I think he's very, very, very good.
I think so too.
He
but he's
dominates.
also a bit of a
Yes.
case when he's throwing the football.
Yeah, I get that, but he's a gunslinger. Like, he's very Brett Favre-esque with the ability to run. His problem is he dominates everybody besides Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And it's how much do you value that compared to how great Mahomes is?
Fair. Jamar Chase, 6th. Micah Parsons, 7th. Tyreek Hill, 8th. Christian McCaffrey, 9th. TJ Watt, 10th. So those are your top 10 players in the NFL, according to the ESPN analysts, from the reporters that cover teams locally to the guys that you see on First Take. Jalen Hurts does not come in until number 32. Oof. Now, again, this is league-wide. This is other positions. He comes in at number 32. But this is the thing that I'm really going to point out. Whether you think 32 is too low, I think it seems like a low number for a guy that's been an MVP candidate through the month of December for back-to-back seasons.
Kind of. It doesn't seem as low to me, but
like, all right, I don't. We got to slow our roll with Puka Nacua. Like,
is he above Hurts?
he's at 29.
Oh,
like, we
Jesus.
gotta
Come on, guys.
We gotta slow down with.
What are we doing
with the Puka Nacua? Okay, like, I think he might be a good football player. Like, we gotta just slow down a little bit. All right, but Jalen Hurts coming in at number 32 also puts him behind 8 quarterbacks.
Okay.
So if you're going off of this list, they have him as the 9th best quarterback. So 32 seems low, but they still have him as a top 10 quarterback.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Like, I have him as like 7th or 8th after last year, like kind of in that conversation. Feel that's the comfortable range for where Hurts is going to be. You think about 32 overall, like, here's how I look at it. If this was a Madden fantasy draft and you had all the teams lined up and they picked in this order, Jalen Hurts would be the first pick of a franchise to be on a team. Like, and I know it would be quarterback heavy, but I'm just talking like talent-wise, non-position dependent. That's a pretty fine spot to be. I think we see the top 100 as this finite barrier of who's good. There are a lot of players in the NFL. To have a guy at 32, it's lower.
32.
It's lower than you'd want the quarterback to be after the year he had in 2022. But I'm not looking at that and saying, oh, that's disrespectful. That feels more accurate than where was he on the players list? 6th?
He was up high, 13 or something.
He
was up
whatever
high,
he was.
though.
Like, he was high on that list, and this one may be a little bit low, but I think the range is more like 20 to 30.
So here's what we'll do. Coming up next, I want to get your reaction to that, your immediate reaction to Jalen Hurts coming in at number 32 in the ESPN Top 100 list. But I'll give you the quarterbacks that are ahead of him. There are 8 of them. So he comes in at number 9. And we'll also get your reaction to the other conversations that we have today. Is Howie Roseman's mindset Super Bowl or bust? And overall Phillies talk. Your reaction to Taijuan Walker being rewarded another opportunity. He thinks he's earned it, Rob Thompson said. Oh, God, that's horrible to say. But we'll dive deeper into this ESPN Top 100 list. Jalen Hurts, where is he among quarterbacks on here? I'll tell you that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor and for John all week long right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
3 wins in a row for the Phillies.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor in for John this week. And we are reacting now to the ESPN Top 100 list. We'll get back to the text messages in a second. But I just want to bring up one more thing from this. Again, you can text in or call in at 610-632-0975. What is Howie Roseman's mindset going into this season? Is it Super Bowl or bust? Not yours, Howie's. We all believe that it is. And, of course, your reaction to the Phillies win yesterday and also the Phillies' the decision to give Taijuan Walker another start because he earned it. He earned it, guys. Jalen Hurts comes in at number 32 on this top 100 list. Now, last season, on this exact same list, voted on by all the analysts who cover the NFL for ESPN, he came in at number 3 last year. So he drops from 3 to 32. The blurb from Tim McManus, he and the offense took a step back last season, partly because of a disconnect in visions between coach Nick Sirianni, Hurts, and offensive coordinator Brian Johnson, who was replaced by Kellen Moore this offseason. Hurts has taken a more scheme. He has been highly efficient and has thrown only 1 interception this summer. Given his abilities and the strong supporting cast around him, Hurts could return to his 2022 form, where he went 14-1 as the starter and finished second in MVP voting. The signature stat is all the rushing touchdowns. I find this interesting, the projection. John's Mr. 4,500 yards and 30 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I don't know that I see it.
No, I don't see that at all. They have him throwing for 3,629 yards for 21 touchdowns, 11 picks. That's not a great ratio.
No.
It's 2-1.
Yeah.
That's not a great ratio.
Not ideal, but you can survive that.
I think that 21 is up a little bit. I think that 11 is like down to 9.
Yeah, I would probably put it at like 27 to 8 or 9.
Okay.
That'd be good.
The rushing yards, however, they have at 537, so he would have 4,100 total yards and 10 rushing touchdowns, so 31 total touchdowns. I don't care how they score as long as they score. I just don't want it to be tush pushes because I want to be able to take care of a guy who had a knee injury last year and they kept on running tush pushes with.
I wonder if the under on Jalen Hurts rushing touchdowns this year, if you could find that bet, I wonder if that's like good value because of the Saquon Barkley acquisition.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've just penciled in. Remember like 2 years ago, like in 2022, the Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown scorer.
Oh, it was a lock bet.
That was like a Boston Scott Giants game every single week. You could just, it was free money. They were handing it out at every sports book.
Right, exactly.
So I wonder if you've got, I don't know if they still employ it the same way because it is kind of a cheat code play, but you do have that conversation about keeping
they had
him healthy.
issues in the red zone throwing the football last year. Like they had to.
And you shouldn't this year. Like, you should not. With Saquon Barkley out of the backfield, that's an opportunity to throw. With Jahan Dotson in the slot to create a little bit more space instead of Quez Watkins, who was only an available wide receiver, to really stretch the field. And, like, I don't know. You should have more ability. And also with Kellen Moore, with motion. Motion's so big in a goal line situation to create gaps in the field when it gets tighter.
Right. By the way, his over-under on FanDuel is 9.5.
Wow.
So 10 is a good number. He also has the 3rd best odds for most rushing touchdowns in the league.
That's kind of crazy.
Derrick Henry 1, Christian McCaffrey 2, Jalen Hurts 3. But that's besides the point. We'll have fun with bets, gambling stuff next week. But here are the quarterbacks ahead of Jalen Hurts. So again, he's 32 on the top 100 list, but he is 9th among quarterbacks ahead of him. We know Patrick Mahomes is number 1, Lamar Jackson number 2, Josh Allen number 3, I think is way too high. Joe Burrow is number 4. I know that bothers people because availability is the best ability. That dude's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
You know what? See,
He's a top 3
our
quarterback.
views are flip-flopped on Joe Burrow and Josh Allen.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I don't know. Joe Burrow's a very good quarterback.
Yeah.
If I had to pick between Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts right now, I'd probably pick Burrow, but it would be a conversation.
I would take Joe Burrow before Jalen Hurts. I don't even think twice about it.
Yeah, I would think twice and probably 3 times.
Okay. And look, that doesn't mean I'm disrespecting Jalen Hurts.
No. I don't mean it like that. I'm not as high on Burrow as you are.
Okay. And, we talk about Josh Allen. He's run into Patrick Mahomes. Burrow's the only guy that's been able to do it.
That's true.
Beating Patrick Mahomes and going to the Super Bowl. So Burrow is 4. C.J. Stroud already at 5 on this list. I could see it happening.
Yeah, but
just him already at 5 is amazing to me. And the reason why I say Jalen Hurts being at 32 seems low, because not only is C.J. Stroud the 5th best quarterback according to this ESPN list, they have him as the 15th best player.
The problem is that's so prisoner of the moment, and it's not hard to put yourself in a space where that doesn't work out. Like, C.J. Stroud is very similar, the way he plays the game, to Deshaun Watson. And they're in the same exact organization where they started. And Deshaun Watson had that burst on the scene moment, and he has playoff wins that are like signature playoff wins. I remember the 360 gets smoked in the face, like loses a contact or something and throws a touchdown. Like, they have moments, but sometimes those guys just live at that level for the rest of their career.
Well, one guy's a creep and has had many legal issues.
Well, now, yes. But I mean, even in Houston.
Well, no, but that's when it all started.
No, dude. Even in Houston, like before any of that came out, Deshaun Watson was a guy that people always had this high upside for, and he lived at the level he was when he busted on the scene. And that's when you looked at a situation. Like, I see that again with C.J. Stroud. Who's to say that this isn't the top of the league where he could be?
Right. Okay.
And he just lives there.
So he's at 5. Dak is at 6. I think Dak Prescott's a good quarterback. I think we rip him to shreds because he's the Cowboys quarterback in this city. Dak Prescott's not ahead of Jalen Hurts.
No.
But they have him at 6. Justin Herbert is at 7. Tell me what he's done.
He cut his hair that one time.
Okay. And then the one quarterback remaining ahead of Jalen Hurts is?
Brock Purdy?
Yes. Now, this is where I find this amazing. So Brock Purdy is at 8. Jalen Hurts is at 9. And a lot of the things that Jalen Hurts gets ripped for, he's only good because of his supporting cast. Come on. Like, Brock Purdy has the greatest running back in the NFL, has a tremendous wide receiver duo that I do believe is behind A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but he has the better running back, and he has the better tight end.
Yes.
And he may have the better offensive line at certain spots. Like left tackle Trent Williams is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Jordan Mailata is not. Like, the things that people take away from Jalen Hurts, they seem to not say about Brock Purdy. And I wonder if one of them is because he's the second-round pick versus Mr. Irrelevant or whatever they call it.
No,
one came from a big program, one didn't.
I think this is very simple. I don't think they're similar skill-wise, because I would take Jalen Hurts, like you said, taking Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow. You'd take Burrow and wouldn't think twice. I'm not thinking twice about Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy.
Me neither.
But what Brock Purdy has had that Jalen Hurts hasn't, and it's the biggest difference between these two guys. And it's not anything to do with them.
Offensive mind.
Exactly.
With the
you
coach.
got an unbelievable one, and Jalen Hurts has been in an organization where he had Shane Steichen and then nothing. And that's not on him that he had to run bubble screens all year last year. And we even get on him for trying to create offense by running rogue plays, which is not the right way to go about it. But that's how bad of a situation he was in. Could you ever imagine Brock Purdy being in this situation where he would not run the play that Kyle Shanahan called?
Right.
Like, that's insane. That dude would be shipped off to Carolina the next day. But he doesn't ever have to consider doing that because it's always the right play call. It's always the right option. It's always a well-designed play. And the big difference, because Hurts was well above Purdy the year before, even though Purdy got that team, got hot and got to the NFC Championship game, the difference is last year you looked at a guy that had no offensive mind versus one that had the best, or one of the best.
Right. And that might be all the difference. You're right. Now, what is crazy, one more thing, and then we'll get to, I know we have a text on the ranking, and then we'll get to back to everything else. Matthew Stafford came in at number 92 on the overall list. What? I have not, once I got to Jalen Hurts, I was done scrolling through the quarterbacks. But like a quick scroll, Kirk Cousins is ahead of Matt Stafford. Trevor Lawrence is ahead of Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's still playing at a high level.
Yeah.
That's kind of ridiculous. So take these lists with a grain of salt, obviously. Jalen Hurts being number 9, kind of crazy, but Jared Goff is at 65. Matt Stafford is at 92. You can make cases that those guys are still above Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Hurts, you could make the strong cases above Purdy, Herbert, and Dak. So, like, take these lists with a grain of salt. I get it. But let's get some reaction to it. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. I know we have a text on it. What do we got, Brendan?
Yeah, we got Marcus in New Hampshire checking in. He says, I put no stock in these top 100 lists. Going into last year, Jalen Hurts was number 3. This year, he's all the way down in the 30s because of a bad stretch of games to end the season. It seems a bit dramatic to me. I find it funny that these lists come out before the season because so much of it is based on last season. I know they're projecting for this year, but it's based on last season.
Yeah, I wonder, do they do lists right after the season? I don't think they do because
No.
there's enough content about free agency and trades and the Super Bowl coming to an end that I don't like. This is clearly summertime content.
And also, if you hit me up and I was covering an NFL team or the league all year long, and the day that my season ends, you're like, hey, put together
Right, you're not
100
gonna wanna
best
do that.
players. Hey, kick rocks, dude. I'll talk
Right.
to you in July.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good point. So that's a good point by the texter there that these lists come out now instead of right after the season. Now, I will say this: right after the season, he may have been even lower.
It's certainly possible.
He may have been even lower if this was right after.
I
the
mean,
season.
so the morning after that Tampa Bay game, if you had asked Eagles fans, like, hey, Jalen Hurts is at 100 on the top 100 list, we'd be like, you should have been lower.
Yeah.
Like, the immediate reaction to the season for the Eagles last year was not good.
So, look, take the list with a grain of salt. Take it any way you want. But let's react to it a little bit. Jalen Hurts, 32, which is still high. There's 53 guys to a roster. There's 32 teams, right? Like there's a lot of players in the NFL, and you're 32nd on the list. But they have him behind 8 quarterbacks. They have him at 9. I don't agree with the quarterbacks that he's behind, but there's also some quarterbacks behind him that I don't agree with. So let's react to it. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we'll get back to the text messages from our initial topics. What is the mindset of Howie Roseman? Is Howie Roseman's, not yours, is Howie Roseman's mindset Super Bowl or bust heading into this season? And the Phillies win yesterday. Let's celebrate it. Let's react to it. But let's also react to the decision that Taijuan Walker will be starting on Wednesday. We'll play you the clip from Rob Thompson again coming up next. Topper says he earned it. Ugh. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor and for John all week long right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Jalen Hurts didn't think to even talk to Jeff Stoutland or
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. Connor Thomason for John all week long. Begun is producing the show. He'll be handling today's headlines coming up at 8:05. Jeff McLane will be joining us coming up at 8:10. We'll get into a lot of things with Jeff today. Obviously, roster cutdown day. 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock? All the rosters have to be finalized.
4 p.m.
They had to get down from 90 to 53 following their final preseason game, which was on Saturday. Now, they obviously probably had an idea of the majority of the players. There were some last-minute battles. That's why preseason week number 3 is kind of ridiculous, because they probably already had a decision. We'll get through some of the cutdowns that they've already done in the 8 o'clock hour before we get to today's headlines. But they got to get that down. So Jeff McLane will talk to us about it all coming up at 8:10. But I want to get to some text messages here based off of our initial conversations and then what we just opened up earlier this hour. If you're just tuning in, here's what we started the show off with. Howie Roseman, is his mindset, not yours as an Eagles fan, is Howie Roseman's mindset Super Bowl or bust heading into this season? From the Phillies standpoint, Rob Thompson said this yesterday before the game about Taijuan Walker earning another shot on Wednesday.
But I was encouraged by his velocity. I know he threw some pitches down the middle, but he got behind as well. So, I think he deserves, because of who he is and his experience, he deserves another shot.
He threw some pitches down the middle because he got behind in counts. And he throws 91 miles an hour. So this next start, he better get ahead of counts. He better learn how to hit corners, and the impressive velocity better climb up to 93.
I'll say one thing. If you live on Oregon Ave and Yordan Alvarez is walking to the plate, get some window insurance.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like,
I'm a little bit nervous about that one Wednesday, but dude, I don't know. I agree with the moving him up, because I'd rather him throw a game against the Astros than start a series against the Braves where you get shelled and then the momentum is completely their way, and the next thing you know, you're behind the 8 ball in a very important series. Not that this one isn't, but at least they had the presence to, because I do think that was a legitimate decision, saying we don't want him to throw against the Braves, but we don't want to skip his start because we think we can get something out of him. Half of that is
better win tonight then.
They're going to win tonight.
Yeah, better
probably
win tonight.
They certainly possibly could win tonight.
Better win tonight, because I don't want to go into the rubber match with Taijuan Walker. And then, of course, the NFL Top 100 Players ranking on ESPN.com. Jalen Hurts comes in at number 32. Connor did some math. That's top 2% in the league. So that's still very freaking good. But there's 8 quarterbacks in front of him, including Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert, who we've all kind of said Jalen Hurts is better than. What do we got on the text line, B-Gun?
Yeah, we got 2 checking in with a similar sentiment, so I'll hit you guys with both those real quick. We got Anthony in St. Pete. He says, I think Howie is always thinking Super Bowl or bust, but the moves that were made this offseason were to ensure this team's going to compete highly for several years. By adding Dotson, the average age of wide receivers is 25. The offensive line without Lane Johnson, average age is 25. And the corners without Slay, the average age is 23. And then we have a nameless guy checking in. He says, Howie's not Super Bowl or bust. So many core pieces are locked up for multiple years. Howie is dynasty or bust. Go Birds.
Oh, I like that.
Wow.
I'm pro dynasty or bust. Now, that's an interesting spin on it, because I don't believe Howie Roseman, the guy that we've gotten from his moves, from what we've heard on press conferences, from our own conversations of people that know Howie Roseman, and some opportunities to talk to Howie ourselves. Howie Roseman doesn't seem to be a guy that's going to tell Jeffrey Lurie, hey, be patient with me this year. Like, I think he's going to go out there and try to win a Super Bowl this year. But I also wonder if Howie Roseman's a legacy guy. And maybe that point of dynasty or bust, Howie Roseman's going to go, I'm always talked about as a guy that could be a one-hit wonder, making all these moves. I'm going to try to build something sustainable here.
Well, we know even prior to the Super Bowl, he had, winning the one in 17-18. He had a chip on his shoulder, no pun intended, from the Chip Kelly thing. And he's had that for basically his whole time here in Philadelphia, because the whole narrative started with him about, he doesn't really seem like a football guy and this, that, and the other thing. So he's a highly motivated guy that's not scared to set his goals, to vocalize those goals to the fan base in public, and then to go out and do everything he can to try and achieve them. I'd be surprised if he wasn't thinking about that. I also did have a thought earlier when we were having this conversation, which kind of plays too. that last text we got about dynasty or bust. I don't know that you can say that this is going to be even their best shot. Like, I look at how many of these guys are locked down, and I say, if you go to next year, will they have an even better chance? And that doesn't preclude you from being Super Bowl or bust this year. It does mean that the window is open longer than this. It's not like you brought in all these veterans, like where the Rams did, where they're like, we sold out everything for this one Super Bowl, and that's the only way we're ever going to win one. Like, this is sustainable to the last Texas
Yeah, it is.
point.
Now, it could be a better chance next year because all these young players defensively have another year under their belt.
That's my main point.
It also means Lane Johnson's another year older. It means Saquon Barkley is another year older with more wear and tear on the body.
Right. I don't want to wait. Like, I'm not saying wait till next year, push this year off. This year's not important. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think he's looking at it as a 1 year, this is my chance. I think he is shooting for the Super Bowl, Howie Roseman, but I think he's also saying, if we don't get it done for whatever reason, well, I've put us in a position that we're going to go back at it next year.
Like, you don't feel like this is the only shot.
No.
Like, it
no
has
shot.
to happen this year or there's no chances remaining after. The window is shut.
Yeah. Connor and Andrew and John will be having this conversation on August 27th, 2025.
John might be on vacation.
He could be again. So it could be us just two.
And Brendan.
Well, yeah, of course.
Jeez,
Well,
don't worry, brother. I you.
appreciate
this guy is just Andrew and Connor.
Brendan might be at ESPN by now. The kid's
That's right.
rocket
That's right.
ship,
You could,
man.
you could be.
I know a couple people.
But what I'm saying is, like, you could take this conversation and you could plop it into 2025, and I don't think it would be too out of place.
Okay. Give us one more text there, Brendan.
All right, yeah, we got Dave and Kate May checking in on both the Taijuan Walker and the Howie Roseman conversation.
All right.
He says Howie Roseman is 100% Super Bowl or bust. I truly believe he is every year. He puts a competitive team on the field every year. There's no denying that. And he says, as far as Taijuan Walker goes, look at it this way. If he bombs tonight or the game on Wednesday tomorrow, then he can just hang up the cleats for the rest of his career.
Yeah, look, if he gets shelled on Wednesday, I can't believe I'm going to have to say it second time in a row. He can't pitch again this season.
That's the thing. Like, he should already not be pitching.
No, exactly. But if Rob Thompson in that clip is saying, hey, he earned it, we saw promising things out of the velocity, he just got behind in count, so he had to throw it over the middle of the plate, blah, blah, blah. If he does the exact same thing, which, oh, by the way, very well could happen against an even better team in the Houston Astros, not that the Royals are some slouch, but the Astros are an even better team. If it looks similar, there's nothing Rob Thompson can say leading up to the next start that makes any bit of sense. You want to tell me his velocity went up? Fine.
Cool, dude.
You can't tell me anything else if he gets shelled again this week.
I don't care if you throw 98 or 78. If you can't get outs, you're not pitching for my baseball team.
Right, especially when you have legit expectations. Like, we're not talking. This isn't the Chicago White Sox here. All right, this is a baseball team that's trying to do some damage and continue to do it during the regular season. All right, coming up next, Jeff McLane will join us at 8:10. It is roster cutdown day. Before we get to Jeff and before we get to today's headlines, I will go through the tracker. My man Brandon Lee Galton of Bleeding Green Nation, he has the tracker going on, so I appreciate that. We'll tell you who has been released already so far by the Philadelphia Eagles. Final cuts need to be made by 4 o'clock today. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I hope you have a safe trip into work today. Connor is in for John all week long. We have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn coming up at 8:05. Jeff McLane from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, will be joining us at 8:10. As today is Cutdown Day. Not a day that you really get excited for. It just means that we're another day closer to the start of the season. But all 32 teams have to get to the 53-man roster. Obviously, guys will be placed on the practice squad. And so we do have a tracker going on, some of the players that have already been released. Now, I find this funny. And I try to say this as respectfully as possible. So I see Andrew DeCecco yesterday tweeting out, the players that were released and all that kind of stuff, right? And, one of the names was Austin Watkins, who was a wide receiver. Safety Andre Sam, right? No shot these guys were going to make the team.
Right.
You read some of the responses. Oh, I thought this guy had a shot. Oh, man, I hope he makes it to the practice squad. I don't want to lose him. With all due respect to Austin Watkins, if Austin Watkins is playing on your football team, you may finish with 2 wins that season. All right? With all due respect to Andre Sam, if he has to play, you're probably a 4-win team. Like the way that people respond to some of these, like literally, you should see the amount of replies about Andre Sam. Andre Sam? Who?
Now, I wonder.
I say that respectfully.
I wonder where he went to school, because probably a good amount of it is like guys that you liked from a college team or something like that. Or I don't know, man. I don't know how people even have the bandwidth to know who these guys are like that.
He went to LSU. All right.
Yeah, see, that's
a legit
what I'm
school.
saying. Like, it's probably like, oh, I liked him in this one game at LSU when he played like one of the teams from up here. And next thing you know, it's like, oh, the Eagles have him. And respectfully to these guys, they're elite level football players in the grand scheme of the sport.
Yes.
But this is a championship level,
like
Super Bowl contending Philadelphia Eagles football team, and you're some of the first cuts off the roster.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You weren't that close, and that's just the reality of it.
So here are the moves so far that they've made. They released Max Sharping, who's an offensive lineman. Austin Watkins, as I mentioned, also Griffin Hebert. Then it was Teron Jackson, who I'm kind of surprised by that. If they kept an extra defensive lineman, defensive edge, he probably would have made the team. He's been on the team the last couple of years. So that's kind of why I'm surprised. Like, he knows this system because it's the Vic Fangio coaching tree, and now Vic Fangio is here. But obviously, that tells you something if Vic Fangio doesn't believe in Teron Jackson. Andre Sam, who I mentioned. Kevin Folsch, a tight end. This one's something to keep an eye on. Anais Smith might start the season injured. Ian Rappaport reported this yesterday, so a lot of people are calling it the phantom injury.
Yeah, he looked pretty healthy when he was making catches in the fourth quarter against the Vikings on Saturday.
Now, why would you do that? Is it to keep like Paris Campbell on to at least start the season with a veteran wide receiver?
Maybe.
Or to keep somebody else? I don't know. Like, it's not like Anais Smith has necessarily earned a spot on the 53-man roster. You just don't want to let him go to the practice squad because of his draft capital, draft stock.
So it's like if there was a middle ground that you could find where he doesn't have to be on the roster, but you don't have to get him through.
Right. It's like, how many times have you seen the Phillies do maybe the phantom 10-day IL?
Yeah, Taijuan Walker had a hot spot on his finger, and now he has a hot spot on his whole body.
Right,
he can't
exactly.
just throw a baseball anymore.
But Anais Smith looks like he will be starting the season on the IR, not season-ending IR, whatever. Parry Nickerson, cornerback, he got released yesterday. Will Greer, as we know, there was no shot he was going to make the team. Julian Okwara, he actually made a couple of plays in the final preseason game, but no shock that he didn't make the team. Sean Stevens, a cornerback, but how about this one? Zach McPherson. I didn't like him out of college. You know.
Well, yeah, I didn't either. He went through the typical timeline of a bust. I don't know that you could call him a bust.
Because he was a third or fourth round draft pick?
I want to say fourth. But, even for that, he went through the typical timeline of, coming to terms with a player not being as good as you think they could be. It was like, oh, we might have something here.
Fourth round pick.
He could be a guy who plays. And then it went from that to, oh, well, he's been pretty good on special teams. We'll see if he can break into the rotation in the defensive backfield to, oh, yeah, he's a special teams player.
Yeah. I didn't like that. Like, when they drafted him, I get it. You have to base off a upside and everything. He transferred out of Penn State because he wasn't getting on the field, which, so be it. That's what you're supposed to do. And he went to Texas Tech. Like, it's not like they're big defensive school.
Hey, take it easy on the Red Raiders.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like he's on his way out. And then Jason Poe and Mekhi Garner. Garner is an injury settlement, but that still does count. So they have 24 players that they still have to make a decision on by 4 o'clock today. We'll talk to Jeff McLane about that at 8:10, but it's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Sorry, I'm a little late, B-Gun. What do we got?
It's all good. I'll make it quick for you guys. Yesterday, there was a bit of history in baseball. America's pastime. Something happened for the first time yesterday. Danny Jensen, a player, played for both teams in the same game. Back on June 26th, the Blue Jays were playing the Red Sox. Well, that game got postponed. At the time, Jensen was on the Blue Jays, and then come trade deadline, he got traded to the Red Sox for 3 prospects. So the Blue Jays had a pinch hit for him yesterday with Dalton Varsho, and then he got 4 at-bats on the other team, the Red Sox. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. I saw this happen like last week, that when they were playing each other, they were going to put him in the lineup, kind of for like the history side of things. So if you just didn't really comprehend what Brendan said, this guy was on the Blue Jays earlier this season. The game got postponed because it was a tie game after 5. So the game was not official. And because it wasn't, 1 or 2 innings, I forget what inning it was.
I think it was the second inning, wasn't it?
Oh, was it the second inning? Okay.
Yeah.
So they just resumed it. And he was the starting catcher for the Blue Jays in that game.
And he was at the dish.
But then the trade deadline happened, and so he goes to the Red Sox. Now, here's what's interesting. I didn't know this rule. If let's say the same similar situation happens, player doesn't get traded. You have 2 strikes on you. And then you decide during the resumption, hey, we're going to give somebody else an opportunity to hit. If that guy struck out, it would be given to the original batter.
Yeah.
But if there's less than 2 strikes, because there was 1 strike on Varsho at the time, it does not happen. So people were, if he had 2 strikes on him, he could have caught his strikeout.
See, you know what I would have done?
Bugs Bunnied it.
This was going to be my take anyway. If I was catching for my own at bat, I would tell the pitcher to plunk the guy that's pinch hitting.
To give me an HBP?
Yeah, get my on base percentage up, baby. That would be.
That is awesome.
What a moment.
All right, so also something happened yesterday. CeeDee Lamb eventually signed with the Cowboys after all of training camp. They wait until 12 days before they kick off the season, even though the Cowboys knew they were going to pay him. CeeDee Lamb knew they were going to pay him. And there's been a lot calling into question about Jerry Jones and his ability to GM. Well, there was an interview that came out yesterday in Dallas by Clarence Hill. And this is what Jerry Jones had to say about people questioning him. I've done it all. So I have an inordinate amount of confidence that if anybody can figure it out and get this crap done, I can figure it out and get it done. I've been here every which way from Sunday, and I've busted my ass a bunch. So hell no. There's nobody else that can freaking come in here and do all the contracts and be a better GM than I can. All I can say is long live Jerry Jones.
Well, hold on a second. There are people that can be better GMs, considering you haven't made it out of the NFC Championship game since, 1995, something like that. People can be better GMs. I never thought that CeeDee Lamb was going to leave. No. It would have been crazy.
But there was a chance. We talked about this earlier before the show when we were prepping. There was a chance that he could potentially get to a spot where he misses like a week or 2. Does that cost him a game? Does it make the division easier? That's all I was hoping for.
Right. And, but they are still going into a season with a quarterback on a 1-year deal, head coach on a 1-year deal, and their best defensive player not being happy with his contract
and
status.
a general manager on 1 brain cell.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
2.
Even though he says he was going to get it figured out. All right, that was today's headlines. Great job, B-Gun, as always. And, of course, at this time, every single Tuesday, I always love our conversations with him. We get to talk to Jeff McLane. So he's going to join us to talk about final roster cutdown day and, of course, getting set for the regular season. So he joins us now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, Jeff McLane joins us. Jeffrey, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
So today is roster cutdown day. I'm sure you'll be talking to people all day long, so I appreciate you taking 10 minutes to hanging out with us today. We went through it yesterday. We kind of just looked at it. I don't think there's many surprise cuts coming our way. What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so either. I mean, I don't think – I don't know what you qualify as a surprise cut, and generally that just doesn't happen. And really with the expanded practice squad of 16 and the fact that they can taxi those guys up on, every weekend for a while before they have to move them to the active roster, it just isn't as devastating, I guess, when a guy gets cut. As we've seen before, like the last 2 previous years, Britton Covey was cut, but brought back on the practice squad, and then they taxi him up each weekend because he's the punt returner, and then eventually he'd be on the 53. So, that could potentially happen again. That would be a little bit surprised, I think, at this point, because the Eagles aren't especially deep at the receiver spot, even with the addition of Jahan Dotson. But yeah, I don't really have anything I think on my list that would qualify as a complete shock.
So if we have a pretty good idea, Jeff, of where the roster is going to round out, where do you think is the weakest point on this Eagles roster? A place maybe how he will look around the league at other guys getting cut to potentially bring in here as a depth role or something other?
Yeah, I think tight end is certainly an area that will be addressed. Dallas Goedert is, and I'm not saying it's a weakness per se, but they had 4 on the roster all of last year. I haven't projected to only keep 2, Dallas Goedert and Grant Calcaterra. Goddard, of course, is a good starter. Calcaterra, I think, has had a better camp than he did the previous year, heading into his 3rd year. I think he can handle the blocking part of the job. That wasn't something he did much in college, but he's really improved upon that, and he's shown that he can catch the ball in the practices that we've seen. So he'll be the number 2. The question is number 3. E.J. Jenkins had a pretty good camp. A guy that was around the NFL last year. Not a complete surprise. I just don't think, I think the Eagles probably won't have a tough time getting him through waivers. So I think that they'll feel comfortable cutting him and then bringing him back. Maybe they feel like he's done enough. And then, Alberto, the guy who they kept on the roster as the 4th tight end all of last year, and he was active a few times. He just he didn't do much in camp, I thought. And, at this point, and then he got hurt too as well. He had an abdomen injury. So I just don't think that he'll make the team. Maybe come back on the practice squad. So I can see them looking around for a tight end, a 3rd tight end that they want to keep on the 53-man roster.
Is it fair or unfair to look a little too deep into this Ainias Smith injury that came out of nowhere yesterday?
Yeah, skepticism is kind of part of my job. So, every time, you hear about a guy that would certainly qualify as someone that the Eagles would want to put on injured reserve, like have a redshirt him a year, and then it comes out just before cutdown day, you kind of raise an eyebrow. Smith came on a little bit towards the end of camp, and he started out real slow. He's a guy that this offseason had, leg surgery, had a shin issue. So, Aaron Moorhead, when we talked to the Eagles receiver coach, when we spoke to him about Smith early in camp, he mentioned that. So that kind of told me, okay, the Eagles maybe expected him not to be ready this year. And now that he has some sort of injury, they can justifiably put him on, IR to start. Not, again, they don't have season-ending IR anymore. So, like, typically in the past, you'd have to come up with something that would justify sitting him for the entire year. Now it's just, what do they say, ankle and hamstring. So they can start him out on IR and then kind of kick that can down the road because he's still not ready. And quite frankly, I don't know if he'll ever be because he's a small guy, and small guys in this league have to be explosive, and he just didn't show that in camp to me, at least based upon what I saw. So yeah, I could definitely see them using that roster spot to keep someone else that maybe they would have had to release had they kept the 5th round pick in Ainias Smith.
Jeff, the upside of a slow cutdown day with a roster that's pretty well set means we could ask you about the move that was made Friday with the acquisition of Jahan Dotson. We haven't gotten your thoughts since the last time we talked to you. What type of move is this for the Eagles? Is this a flyer on a guy that a team in division gave up on, or is this a bona fide, hey, we've got a really good 3rd wide receiver now?
I think more than anything, they needed a guy that certainly could fill the role of playing inside or out, and that's Dotson. Because they don't have as much like a slot role in this Kellen Moore offense. And you'll see Devontae Smith in the slot, I think, more than you did last year this season. So it wasn't like you needed just a slot guy, right? But Dotson has filled that role, but he can play a little outside too as well. So he'll be asked to do that as well. So there's that. And the other thing was they just didn't have a guy that you could look to and say, all right, if Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown gets hurt. Now, if they get hurt for the season, then, all bets are off. They're going to have to make kind of a major move to get somebody or who knows. But if one of those guys gets hurt for a week or two and you want to look to your roster, Dotson makes sense as being able to step in there. I just don't think they had the answers. I think Johnny Wilson is someone they like, and they think that maybe eventually can be that. I think Britton Covey has shown that, he can fill that slot role, but on the outside, is he much of a threat just based upon his size? Not really. So I think that probably had a little more to do with it than anything, is that they just needed someone in case. Because, again, the third receiver in this offense is not going to receive a ton of targets. He's going to run a lot of clear-out routes. That's what we saw from Quez Watkins last year. In fact, I think it was Brayton Covey who told me that, like, I don't think Quez even had, like, one play designed for him all of last year. So Dotson's going to have to accept his role as the third guy, and really, honestly, in this offense, it's going to be the fifth guy.
We're speaking to Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline. Jeff, one of our topics today is we're trying to get into the head of Howie Roseman and whether or not he believes, not from a fan standpoint, but whether or not he, the GM of the Eagles, has Super Bowl or bust expectations for the team this year based off of the moves that he's made this year, like a Saquon Barkley, a Jahan Dotson. But, of course, there's also a youth movement defensively. So I'll ask you, Howie Roseman walks into Jeffrey Lurie's office. Is he telling him that this is a Super Bowl or bust season?
No, I mean, that's not something Howie would ever do. Now, we do get to talk with Howie today, and this will be probably the last time we really get him. Before the end of the season, maybe if they make a move before the trade deadline. So he'll be asked questions that like kind of get him to talk about what he thinks about the roster. I think one of the things he said last year that made me think, oh, okay, he thinks he's got a pretty good roster, was that he said it was one of the hardest days he had in terms of like deciding who stayed and who'd go, and which spoke to the strength of the depth of the roster last year. I don't think the roster is quite as deep this year as it was last year. I'm not saying it's not better or the team won't perform better. There's a lot else that goes into that. I mean, look, they have a good team. We all know that. Look at their roster. You compare it to other teams around the league. They have, the strengths on the offensive line, at wide receiver, quarterback's good. Running back, certainly, with Saquon Barkley, one of the better guys in the league. Defensively, there's some question marks there. They're replacing 6 of the 11 guys, 6 of 11 starters. They went out and got some guys that they think will be upgrades. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think on the defensive line, and I think that's the priority to me in any defensive unit is up front. And you have a lot of young guys in the interior that you're asking a lot of. I think Jalen Carter is a beast. He's the best. He's the most talented player on that side of the ball. The question is he ready to be the guy that's just getting doubled on every play, and is he going to move mountains when they need him to? Because I'm not sure, and this is probably my number one area of concern. And it's not that they aren't strong here; they have good players on the edge. It's just are they as good as they were last year? Certainly the year before that. Certainly the year that they went to the Super Bowl. And do they have the guys? They're asking too much of some guys that are aging, and Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat, and that are extremely young in Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff. I think that's a major question for this team.
All right, Jeff, last thing. We appreciate the time as always. I know you got a busy day ahead of you today. James Bradbury, what's his status come today at 4 o'clock?
Yeah, I mean, I'm projecting him to be released. The Eagles have called around to some teams, from what I understand. No one's trading for Bradbury, especially with that contract. Maybe like the Eagles take on some of it, and they could find some way to get him somewhere. Denard Wilson is with the Ravens. He was a big James Bradbury fan, a big reason why Bradbury was here 2 years ago and had the season that he had when he was second-team All-Pro. I just, maybe they keep him because of the contract. I mean, look, they're paying all of the salary, and they say, okay, we've seen enough out of him at safety, and let's just see what we can do here. But I just don't think you can put him in that spot. James is definitely smart enough, and he'll start to get some of the nuances of playing the position that he had before. But size-wise, tackle-wise, like to be that middle field defender, those are just not skills that I think he excels at. So I think it'd be tough for them to keep him there. They are light at that spot. They pretty much have Avonte Maddox now. He'll be the third guy for now. A lot of it will depend upon when they think they'll get Sidney Brown back off of PUP. He's likely to start the season on PUP. They can get him back in 4 weeks, I think it is. And if if they think they can hang on till then, and they have a couple guys in the practice squad like Tristan McCollum or Andre Sam that they think that they can call, if they really need to bring them up on in case someone gets injury, then then I just think there's just so many reasons pointing to James Bradbury and just not making this roster.
Jeff, we appreciate the time as always. We'll be following along today on a busy day for you on Cutdown Day, and we'll talk to you again next week, week 1 of the NFL regular season.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. All right, coming up next, I promise we get back to your text messages. But there's something that I didn't want to do because I respect all of you too much. Brain rot is the big term out there these days. People scrolling on social media.
Oh, yeah, I've got it big time.
Brain rot might also be listening to certain sports talk people. I can go a lot of directions there.
I was going to say, you talking about me?
We'll tell you about who next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
One on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor Thomas filling in for John all week long. We'll get back to your texts in a moment. Today's topics is Howie Roseman's mindset Super Bowl or bust. Not yours, his. Jeff McLane just joined us and he said no, he doesn't think he would ever have that kind of mindset. I call baloney.
Well, he said he would never say it to Jeffrey Lurie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think that was more a.
But you know that's in his. You know that's in his mind.
Absolutely, he'd be dumb for it to not be in his mind
because he's building this team the way that it's being built.
But it's different. Like, let's look at the Phillies for example. Rob Thompson would never say we have to win the World Series, or else we're going to. This year is a complete failure.
Right.
But they know in that clubhouse, even though you won't. It's different for us because our job is to literally vocalize these thoughts. There's something to be said about being part of the organization and believing something, but not vocalizing it to put pressure on your players and your team and stuff like that. So Howie Roseman's moves have told us everything we need to know.
I got a quick thought on that because I didn't get the headlines in. So what I was thinking is I do think it's Super Bowl or bust for Howie Roseman. The issue is he's kind of, and I say this in a good way, he's evaded disaster like a cockroach for many years with the Eagles. Mm-hmm. And I think he's still creeping back into people's minds with some excuses if things go wrong. We have a guy join the show every Wednesday, Adam Schefter, and he's been unprovoked throwing shots at Jalen Hurts all summer long. I don't want to say his source is directly Howie Roseman, but he speaks directly to organizations.
There was an article that came out a few years ago on The Athletic. This was when Zach Berman and Bo Wolf and Shil Kapadia were all still with The Athletic. And they did a story where the three of them, like you remember the Tim McManus, Jeremy Fowler, Hurts, Sirianni thing?
Yeah.
The three of them did a story after Doug Peterson was fired. And one of the things that really grabbed my attention was Howie Roseman and how he likes to, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, manipulate the media and control the narrative. So if anything comes out, it's Howie. If things do come out that were not Howie, Howie likes to try to find out who it is. This is all from the article of three very respected local reporters. That's why when Nolan Smith, out of nowhere in March or April, we see tweets from Ian Rappaport. The Eagles are expecting big things out of Nolan Smith this year. And then a few weeks later, Hassan Reddick gets traded. Like, that was a very controlled PR. Let me text one of these top reporters what we think. Last year, the exact same thing happened with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts got the big contract. Everybody's worried. Oh, he's going to run the football a lot, and he's got that big contract. What if he gets hurt? All of a sudden, there's a random tweet in May from Jeremy Fowler. The Eagles are working on Jalen Hurts to become a better pocket passer so that he can, sustain, stay healthy, all this kind of stuff. Those random tweets that come out of nowhere are all Howie Rose. Now, there are some things that come out that aren't Howie, I'm sure. But, yeah, I imagine that Adam Schefter is talking to a couple of specific people.
Yeah, so I think he's kind of not – he's hedging his bets, if you will, a little bit. Or if things don't go wrong, because I think he believes it's Super Bowl or bust. But if things go wrong, he wants the blame to be elsewhere outside of him, where I think there should be some blame on him if they don't win the Super Bowl. If they do bust, it should be on Howie Roseman a little bit. But I think he kind of shifts blame a little bit there.
Yeah, I can't say that at all. Like, I can't remotely say that because he's done everything you could ask for a GM to do. He has had you could argue, the best offseason of any general manager in football. So, he doesn't call the plays. He doesn't coach the team. He doesn't throw the football, catch the football, run with the football, play defense. He puts together the roster, and then he makes slight tweaks throughout the year as he sees fit.
I just think there's a ton of holes with this defense that maybe they could work out, but if they don't work out, it's 2 seasons in a row where Howie Roseman
can't possibly done different this offseason. There would be less holes in
Howie has never shown he can draft talent. If these young cornerbacks don't work out and these young guys on defense don't work out from Georgia, then he has never shown he can draft defensive players.
Hold on. You can't say Howie Roseman has never drafted talent.
On the defensive side of the ball.
On the defensive side.
Jalen Carter seems pretty talented.
Okay, that was a can't miss. Okay, but I'll give him credit for that. I'll give him credit for that. But Jordan Davis, if he doesn't work out, that's a miss. Nolan Smith doesn't work out, miss. N'Kobe Dean doesn't work out, miss. Sidney Jones, miss. All these guys in years past are misses. If he doesn't build this defense and it doesn't show any sort of promise, that's on Howie in my mind.
Yes, it is on. It is. That would be on Howie Roseman, but I don't think if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, all of a sudden he should be on some sort of watch. Like, I really don't think so. I don't think we're even close to that point, especially
if
because
the defense is as bad as it was last year, I think it has to be.
It won't be. And the offense is locked up for like the next 3 years, right? The entire offense is pretty much locked up. Saquon's here, Jalen's here, both 3 wide receivers now. Jahan Dotson, Dallas Goedert, I think has another year left. They'll probably rework that contract at some point.
Yeah.
But they'll probably have another tight end waiting because that's what they do. They got the team locked up offensively. Defense, there will be changes if necessary. Like, he will spend money on the defense if necessary.
Also, just real quick, I don't think it's realistic to have had higher expectations for this offseason for the defense. Like, how much more could he – like, who's out there that you're like, wow, that money worked. That was a great opportunity. He didn't do it.
Well, some people could argue Justin Simmons was out there, and if he was all Super Bowl or bust, then he would have made that move and shored up the safety.
I agree, and you guys know how I feel about Reed Blankenship. Now, it depends. So if they didn't sign Saquon Barkley, they could have gone after Patrick Queen, right? So what did you value more, a linebacker, a legit linebacker, or a legit running back, right?
Yeah, but that's not negligence. That's weighing your options and choosing one. It's not like he's just not doing stuff.
Right, absolutely. All right. We're not going to really dive too deep into this, but it's being talked about, so we'll throw it out there, even though I respect you guys too much to spend too much time on this. But we will play it, and I apologize for the brain rot. I don't, for the life of me, understand why people watch these shows. And I've made my opinion pretty clear to the point where somebody from a network reached out to John Kincade and was bad-mouthing me because I believe certain networks say, hey, this guy has this opinion. I need you to have that opinion, right? The opposite. Just for back and forth. It is taking all these shows. It is, let's get as much Dallas Cowboys on there, as much Lakers as we can on there. Oh, LeBron James is nearing retirement. We're going to find the next player that we can do whatever we can to promote, right? Like, that's what these networks do, okay? And they still do great, and they make a lot of money. So as much as people rip them, you guys are still watching them. You guys are still reading them. You guys are still listening to them. So yesterday, Nick Wright, who I don't know him. I don't really understand his growth. Like, I don't know. I just know he's got a lot of hair and
he's got long hair,
beard, and
didn't always have long hair.
And he has takes. Here he is giving his predictions for the NFC East.
This is where there's going to be gasps. At number 3 is the Philadelphia Eagles. They've lost 6 of the last 7 games. They had a bottom 4 defense across the board in the NFL last season. They lost a future Hall of Famer, the leader of their team, the best player on their offense. Their coach and their quarterback don't get along. Their coach was known for one thing, kind of being a jerk on the sidelines, and now he's been like, no, I'm going to stop that. If anyone else could have told him that was a bad idea years ago, classic 2, once again. And all of those things, they come into the season on the hot seat. They have 2 great receivers. I know that. I don't know much else about this football team.
So Nick Wright has the Philadelphia Eagles finishing 3rd. Not in the NFC, but in the NFC East. And I love whoever the co-hosts are. I don't watch these shows, so I don't know who else is on the shows. But one of them was like, come on, man. He is the Eagles finishing 3rd behind the Commanders. And the Dallas Cowboys coming in 1st place. If you think the Cowboys win the division and the Eagles are right behind them, I still think you're a lunatic, but okay, we can have the conversation. For him to say the Eagles will finish 3rd, with a weaker schedule this year, with more talent this year, behind a rookie quarterback and a total new-look team in the Commanders. The problem is there is no backlash. Like, the Eagles will, I'm telling you right now, win this division.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen to this dude? Nothing. He doesn't lose his job. I don't want him to lose his job. Good for him. He's making a ton of money, I'm sure.
Yeah, but he sounds like an idiot. And if you're willing to get paid to sound like an idiot, that's your prerogative.
Go for it.
Like last year, I don't know if people know this, but even with the collapse last year, the Eagles still came in 2nd in the division, only by a game. And do you know what the gap was? The Giants were 6-11. They were the inverse record of the 11-6 Eagles. The Commanders were 4-13.
Yeah.
There are 2 direct teams in this division that have no chance to be higher than the Eagles or the Cowboys. And it's insane that anyone would ever consider that there's another option.
Yeah, I don't understand how he can say that kind of stuff and it be okay, but people watch.
That's it.
And we're talking about it. And that's all I'm gonna leave it at that. Don't allow yourself to have brain rot. Stop watching those shows and stop sending me the tweets, because when you do, I feel obligated to play it. And I want to just go scorched earth on the guy. But you know what? I'm too tired of it because it's not going to stop. Once Nick Wright goes, there will be somebody else that's doing the exact same thing.
Connor Thomas.
Making millions of dollars, go for it, brother.
Yeah,
I'll root you on. All right, coming up next, we get more text messages. Also, a release that happened in the NFL that a lot of local reporters are already looking at for the Eagles. We'll tell you who next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider Update.
On this Tuesday morning, Johnny out all week, enjoying some vacation as we get set for the football season. He'll be back on Tuesday following Labor Day Monday. Connor Thomas sitting in his chair this week. Brendan Gunn is producing the show. We'll get back to the text messages in a second, but a release in the NFL that has led to basically every single local reporter to tweet out the same thing. Jack Stahl got released by the New York Giants.
Oh, bring him back.
And we literally had Jeff McLane on right before that news dropped. And when you asked him what is the area that Howie will probably still address once Cutdown Day happens, he said tight end. Because he only believed that 2 guys would make the roster of the crop players that we've seen. And that, of course, Dallas Goedert and Grant Calcaterra. I'm still surprised that C.J. Uzomah didn't make the team, but I wasn't at camp. Guys like Andrew Pacheco told us that he looked a step slower, which is probably why he didn't make the team. But Jack Stahl, a guy that can do a little bit of both. He's not some game wrecker. If Dallas Goedert were to get hurt, that Jack Stahl will go out there and save the day. But he's a guy that knows the system, he doesn't know this system, but he knows Philadelphia. He knows playing with the Eagles. He knows playing with Jalen Hurts under center and the cadences. So that would be probably the name to keep an eye on that every local reporter is telling you about.
Classic.
All right, so what do we have on the text line? Our main topic today, we'll reset everything coming up, but our main topic today was whether or not Howie Roseman is in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust this season. Not you as a fan, but Howie Roseman. Do you think that he is? What do we got on the text line?
We got Colby in Central PA checking in. He says, I do think Howie is Super Bowl or bust. In the back of my mind, yes, I have some concerns about the D, and I think Howie does as well. But given the weapons you already have on offense coming in from this year and adding more this year as well, you got to double down on the offense. There's no way he has enough chips to stud out all that for the defense, but the offense should carry them to a Super Bowl. So he believes Howie Roseman is in on Super Bowl or bust.
And here's the thing. So defense. All right. Let's have this conversation. I am concerned about the pass rush.
I think it's a valid concern.
Have been since the second Hassan Reddick was traded, right? I don't believe in Josh Sweat. Now, that has been a me thing for 3 years now. It was me with Paul Reed, right? Like, just because people love him doesn't mean I necessarily have to love him too. I'm not a big Josh Sweat fan. I think he's a guy. I think he is a NFL edge rusher. I think he benefited from playing with the team that was on the field 2 years ago. You saw last year when they needed him most, he could not do a damn thing. Bryce Huff, we'll see. I don't know enough about Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff could end up going out there getting 18 sacks this year. I'm not about to.
I'll take the under.
I'm not about to expect that.
Yeah.
If he can finish between 10 and 12 and be a guy that also stops the run, so be it. That's tremendous. The interior defensive line you feel great about. But then when you rotate guys, like, what's Brandon Graham got left?
Right. And if somebody gets injured, what's the depth you hold there?
Right, and you don't have much of it. Linebacker, I'm excited to see what they are. Do I say that they are fantastic? No, I'm not going to go there. But we'll see how they end up playing out.
Yeah.
I think the secondary will be okay. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was a big signing for this team. I think Darius Slay is still good. I just hope this isn't the fall-off year. Quinyon Mitchell, I'm excited about, and I like the depth that they have with Isaiah Rodgers and Keely Ringo. Reed Blankenship, I still have concerns about, but he doesn't have to do as much as he did last year. Now that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's back, he can play a more specific role. I think the back seven, I feel more confident in than the front four.
Absolutely.
And hopefully the front four can eventually do enough to make the back seven comfortable.
I think that's a super fair evaluation of the Philadelphia Eagles defense. And I think it's a much better spot than we were in last year.
Last year, I was concerned.
Yes.
Last year, I was looking at the middle of the field losing 5 starters.
Right.
This year, yeah, you had to replace starters, but you're at least replacing it with youth and upside. Whereas last year, you replaced 5 starters with guys on the tail end, if not at the end of their career. Hell, Miles Jack retired during training camp. Like, you tried replacing guys with guys that were pretty much done.
Right. Like, you have first-round picks or first-round caliber players and young players all over the place on this defense. Like, DeJean was a first-round projection initially. Quinyon Mitchell, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith. Like, I know what we're talking about with how those guys have played or how those guys are projected to play at the NFL level. There's still a lot to figure out. But Howie Roseman has done everything you could have expected him to do with this defense this offseason. to put them in a better spot. He wasn't going to make this an all-pro defense.
No.
There was no possible way. So we have to look at where they were last year, where they are this year, and was it a significant enough jump to say Howie Roseman did his job? And I think it was.
So there's a way we can do that. Coming up next, CBS ranked each position just in the division.
Okay.
All right, so not like, where's Jalen Hurts compared to other quarterbacks? In the NFC East, how is the Eagles' running back room compared to the other teams in the NFC East? Wide receiver room compared to the other teams in the NFC East? Spoiler alert, the Eagles' offense graded out very well. The defense, not so much of a shock with what we're going to read, but we'll go through it. Coming up next, also more of your text messages. I know the text line is heavy this morning, so my apologies. We've been busy today, but the 9 o'clock hour, not so much. 9 o'clock hour is more of yours, and we're going to get into a discussion about tonight's Phillies game around 9:30 because they better freaking win. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor and for John this week right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor Thomas in for John this week. John on vacation. Will be back a week from today. He's off on Labor Day Monday as well. We will be back on Tuesday, leading up to week 1 of the NFL regular season. Eagles, of course, taking on the Packers that Friday night. Coming up around 9:30, we will turn our attention more to the Phillies as Aaron Nola gets to start tonight in what I believe is a must-win game. And I don't like saying that stuff in a baseball regular season, but every once in a while you need to stop a skid. And right now they're not skidding, but this could be a spot where you need to win, or the mentality of the fan base might quickly change because Taijuan Walker is getting the start on Wednesday. So one of our topics today is your reaction to Rob Thompson or whoever made the decision. Whoever made the decision that Taijuan Walker has, quote, earned another opportunity. He's getting the start Wednesday night. Your reaction to that, you can text in, call in 610-632-0975. And I know we have a text on that. We'll get to that in a second. But then our conversation about Howie Roseman. Is his mindset Super Bowl or bust? Forget what you believe. Forget that you said Super Bowl or bust. Or forget that you don't want to say Super Bowl or bust. I hesitate to have that statement. But I'm getting close to it. There are some of you that poo-poo excitement, period, because of what happened last year. Try to put your head inside, Howie Roseman's. Is Howie Roseman in the mindset of Super Bowl or bust? We all agree yes. Begun started talking about how the defense needs to look better this year, or you can start pinning things on Howie. And I don't think you're crazy in saying it. But I just think at this point, he is going with the youth movement. So it's too early. The jury will not, we will not have a verdict on Quinyon Mitchell after this season, Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, and I want to clarify that I believe in these players, and I think he got it right. I was just speaking as if we're sitting here this time next year and it didn't go right, then I think it should be pointed at Howie.
Well, for sure. But, if any GM signs, drafts players that don't pan out, you're going to blame them for it. You also have to consider where you started that operation and where you look like you're at this year. And do you seem to be trending in the right direction? No one's expecting this defense to be the calling card of this football team. So if you're going in with expectations for it to look great, I think that's kind of crazy to start. There are a lot of question marks, but there were a lot of question marks last year, and now you feel like you're in a bit more stable of a position, and then next year you could be even in more stable of a position. That's the thing. Should Howie Roseman deserve criticism if some of the defensive players he signed or drafted don't play well this year? Absolutely.
Yeah, well, my whole point of that was saying the whole offseason narrative this year has been surrounding either Nick Sirianni or the reports that maybe Jalen Hurts isn't the guy that have slowly been coming out a little bit. And I think that's Howie Roseman saying, look over there. That's what went wrong, and maybe not my defense that I put together for a second year in a row that may or may not be great.
I don't know, man. Yes, but then also you have two different defensive coordinators, a head coach who's not defensive-minded at all. The communication was terrible. I think if you have Vic Fangio last year and Jonathan Gannon doesn't absolutely screw the city of Philadelphia over, and Vic Fangio's your defensive coordinator,
might be a little bit better.
I think that's a significantly better defense. Now, I don't think it's a top 10 defense in the NFL.
No, but instead of 30, maybe it's
15.
I would say 20.
Okay.
That defense sucked last year.
I think the secondary could have been significant. You're telling me that 3 all-pro level players just completely forgot how to play the game?
Look, you're right. I mean,
you had Kevin Byard, Darius Slay, and James Bradbury, and
Slay was fine. He just got
I know he was fine, but it's just
hurt, I guess, for 4 weeks.
He wasn't great though. He was solid. There's no way everybody on that defense just forgot what they were doing. They were poorly coached.
They were. Oh no. I mean, that's a fact that they were poorly coached last year. All right. So what do we have on the text line? Give us the Taijuan Walker text first, and then we'll get to these Howie Roseman mindset texts. And then coming up in about 5 minutes, CBS ranked all the teams, the position groups in the NFC East. And we'll find out where they believe Jalen Hurts is compared to the other quarterbacks, Saquon Barkley in that running back room. So we'll get through those coming up in a few minutes. But what do we got, Brendan?
Yeah, we got Trevor and Percy checking in. He's asking you guys, do you think it's Rob's decision to start Walker? It's hard for me to believe a baseball guy like Rob would want Walker anywhere near the field again. I think this is coming from the business side of the organization, whoever has to answer for wasting Middleton's money on Walker's contract.
I mean, it could be coming from Rob Thompson. He play the clip one more time, even though I don't agree with like a word he said. Here's Rob Thompson's explanation as to why Walker's getting the start on Wednesday.
But I was encouraged by his velocity. I know he threw some pitches down the middle, but he got behind as well. So, I think he deserves, because of who he is and his experience, he deserves another shot.
Like, I don't agree with anything he just said. And it's not like that was his first start back from the injured list. That was his third start back from the injured list. This Wednesday will be his fourth. Maybe fourth and final, right? If he doesn't do this, I mean, here's the, all right, this is the conversation we've been having. If Taijuan Walker doesn't pitch, all right, so it's going to be Tyler Phillips. You already have, Colby Allard would not have been able to go by then because he pitched on Sunday.
Now, you did just bring Michael Mercado back for Jose Alvarado, who's away for personal reasons. So
yeah.
Maybe you could throw Mercado out there. You do have other options, none of them all that great.
So this could be like all right, let's see what Walker does. We move them up a day. If it doesn't work out, we can maybe reshape the rotation. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler Phillips or Mercado don't touch the baseball. Like Tyler Phillips with the minors, Mercado here. They see what Walker does, and if Walker struggles, then he's out of the rotation.
Yeah, kind of has to be.
And then you reshape everything. You get back, because then after Walker, Christopher Sanchez is going to go game one against the Braves. So you would go what? Sanchez, Suarez, Wheeler, Nola?
Sanchez, Suarez, whatever that other start is, Wheeler, Nola?
No, Allard. Yeah. So it'd be Sanchez, Suarez, Allard, Wheeler, and then the next series, Nola starts it, and then whoever replaces Walker.
Right.
You now give them a week to prepare to be ready to pitch in a starting spot.
Yeah, and ideally, now here's the thing about what the texter said. It was Colby, right? Was saying something about the money side of the. No, it's not a salary cap. It's not like Howie Roseman is making the decision he's got to play Alshon Jeffrey because he gave him this contract. The Phillies don't do that. They're not putting him out there because the amount of money he makes. That's not what it is. They're putting him out there because you've seen a decade of major league pitching from Taijuan Walker that says he's a guy who has been able to do this. So you're taking your final bet and saying, listen, man, our other options are not major league caliber arms historically, or they're major question marks. Taijuan Walker is not throwing well, but his track record makes us feel better than our other options. So it doesn't have to do with the contract. Now, I'm not saying that's Rob Thompson saying that. That could be a conversation between Dave Dombrowski and Sam Fold and Rob Thompson and Caleb Cotham and all these guys and say, well, here's the pros and cons of our other options. Is there a better chance that Taijuan Walker gives you a good start? And I don't think it's crazy that they come to the answer that yes. It may be.
For at least one more.
It may be that Taijuan Walker has a 10% chance to have a good start, and all the other options have a 9% chance. I'm not saying he has a great look at shutting down the Astros, but there's a conversation to be had.
But I think there's also like a mentality. Like if you're in the lineup, like honestly, I'd rather them do the Sunday lineup on Wednesday.
Because you feel like this
just rest all. Like if he's going to give up 7 earned runs in 3 innings, like I don't want Bryce Harper to waste a day.
I get that.
And that's where I'm at, and that's bad. Like it's bad that I'm at a point where I want the Sunday lineup to be trotted out on a Wednesday potential rubber match. If the Phillies lose today, potential rubber match. That's horrible.
Yeah, I did not want him to make this start. I want that to be abundantly clear. I'm going to keep saying it so people don't say, "Oh, positive Connor, he's fine with Taijuan." Dude, he stinks right now.
Yeah,
I don't want him on the field for this baseball.
Do you want to know what the batting average against is this year?
No, but you're going to tell me.
Take a guess.
314.
Brendan?
I was going to go a little bit lower, like 306.
You should go lower because it's still like 314 is ridiculous.
Well, he's been giving up a lot of hits.
291.
I mean, the fact that it's even close to 300 in this
his career batting average against is 243. This year it's 291.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. All right. Give us one more text on the Howie Roseman mindset. We'll get to some calls as well. And then we got the CBS position ranking in the NFC East.
Yeah, we got Ray from Center Valley checking in. He says Howie is 100% Super Bowl or bust. You don't sign luxury positions like running back to big money contracts unless you feel they're the piece that are going to put you over the top for a Super Bowl.
That's been my biggest thing. The Jahan Dotson trade gave me this idea for the topic, which is why we touched on it last Friday, and then you brought it up again yesterday. The Saquon Barkley signing tells you right away, oh, splashy signing? Like his mindset is Super Bowl, and it's not like splashy. It's not like Saquon's coming off his rookie deal now. Like this guy's all of a sudden been in the league for 7 seasons all of a sudden.
I mean, it's not dissimilar to the Paul George move. Like they're in different spots in their career, different type of athlete, whatever. But you don't make the Paul George move if you're Daryl Morey if you don't think you're playing for a championship.
It's also a direct copycat move off the team that was in the Super Bowl last year. They have Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco. He copycatted that, and that's a good thing. So he wants to go to Super Bowl or bust. That's what it is.
Kinda. I don't know that it's a true copycat of the McCaffrey thing. Like, because they acquired McCaffrey younger, and, well, I think he was younger when they acquired him. But also, you look at Saquon Barkley, and the style he plays with, the contact he takes, I feel like he has a little bit less of a shelf life. Am I overstating that?
I think he does a lot more than what we expect. Like, he does catch the ball out of the backfield. Yeah. But I get it. Like, Christian McCaffrey's the smaller, shifty body that protects himself, where Saquon Barkley will lay a lick on somebody.
Right.
Like, I get what you're saying. But I don't think he's Derrick Henry, though. Like, Derrick Henry, it's like, here, run the ball 40 times a game.
It's probably revisionist. I see Saquon Barkley as a mercenary type of signing, coming here for 2 years, find a way to win it. I saw Christian McCaffrey, or I guess I see him now for the 49ers, as like this long-term investment in the position. But I don't know that that's probably revisionist, because my gut feeling would say there is no long-term solution at running back in the modern-day NFL.
No, there isn't. Now, in comparison, Christian McCaffrey last year ran the ball 272 times. It's a lot.
That is.
Last year, Saquon 247. The year before that, 295. San Francisco 2 years ago with Christian McCaffrey, 159 plus the 85 from Carolina. So about 230 carries. He's gone up. Now, again, he's been healthy the last 2 seasons. So
right.
Saquon, more carries. He has over 500 carries over the last 2 seasons.
I think, I got to call myself out. That's revisionist history on my part. And also, I think another part of it is not evaluating Saquon correctly, because the Giants are idiots.
They are idiots.
Can't put together
They are.
offense.
And it's simplest form. Other teams now have to game plan for a running back, even if he's not necessarily doing the exact same things Christian McCaffrey would do out of the backfield. They now have to game plan for somebody. And DeAndre Swift was fine, but he's not somebody that you're wasting hours upon hours on game planning for.
Right. All right, real quick before we get back to the calls and the text. So, CBS, what they did was the NFC East player and coach rankings, position by position breakdown. So, they do each position on offense, each position on defense, and they do like the rooms, like wide receiver room, right? So, quarterback, they're not adding the backups. They're just doing the starters. They have Jalen Hurts at number 1.
They should.
As they should, even though a lot of people have Dak Prescott ahead of the Eagles, ahead of Jalen Hurts. So it's Hurts, Prescott, Jaden Daniels, Daniel Jones. I love that Jaden Daniels is already ahead of Daniel Jones, as he should be. Running back, Saquon Barkley, number 1.
Not even close.
Yeah, Devin Singletary with the Giants, Brian Robinson with the Commanders, and then Zeke is just, like, cooked. He's their starting running back in Dallas. It's unbelievable.
Did you see that Dallas is looking at maybe bringing in Dalvin Cook, speaking of cooked?
No, really?
Yeah, he's available, even though he's been like significantly injured and did nothing with the Jets.
Yeah, he's not the same that he used to be.
Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott backfield in 2024 is just despicable.
Yeah, that is wild. Wide receiver, Eagles number 1. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. No debating any of these things.
Nope.
CeeDee Lamb is a freaking stud, but Brandon Cooks is not as good as Devontae Smith at this stage of his career. So A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, number 1. CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, number 2. If you were to expand it to the third wide receiver with Jahan Dotson, Eagles would still be number 1. Commanders third with Terry McLaurin and Olamide Zaccheaus. And then the Giants fourth with Malik Neighbors and Jalen Hyatt. Tight end, Dallas Goedert, number 1.
That's interesting.
Well, Ferguson's really good.
I really like Jake Ferguson.
And he's number 2 with the Cowboys. Zach Ertz 3 with the Commanders. Daniel Bellinger 4th with the Giants. Yeah, that one's probably the toughest one so far. But again, I think Dallas Goedert has been underutilized here.
And he also has more track record of being a solid NFL tight end. Jake Ferguson kind of burst on the scene last year.
Yeah, like, look, the Cowboys are a lock to have a good tight end.
Yes.
That's it's like the Eagles in the trenches. Like, you know that the Cowboys tight end will be good. If Dallas Goedert was on the Cowboys, he might be better than Jason Witten.
Yeah, dude, he might be better than Travis Kelce.
Right.
That was one of the greatest things the Eagles ever did, was making sure that they drafted Dallas Goedert ahead of the
Right.
Cowboys.
So I'm cool with Dallas Goedert being number 1, but I also do like Jake Ferguson. All right, so offensive line, they only picked 3, which I find odd. And it's different positions. This is kind of weird. So the Eagles are number 1, which is probably still true. They had Mailata, Landon Dickerson, and Lane Johnson. So they had 2 tackles and a left guard. Whereas the Cowboys, Tyler Guyton, who I actually wanted the Eagles to look at in the draft, but I'm very happy with the Quinyon Mitchell signing. Tyler Guyton, are they starting him as a center?
I'd imagine.
Oh no, they're starting at offensive tackle. Sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong guy. I'm thinking of Biadasz. Sorry.
Oh.
Biadasz is now with the Commanders, and they have him on there as a center. So
no, I think what they're doing is the top 3.
I guess that's what they're doing. Yeah. So the Eagles go Mailata, Dickerson, Lane Johnson, number 1. Cowboys, number 2, Guyton, Smith, and Zach Martin. The Giants, number 3, Andrew Thomas, John Runyon Jr., and Jermaine Eluminor.
Nice.
I don't know if
Solid
that's actually his last name, but it sounds cool.
Sounded good.
And then the Commanders last with Brandon Coleman, Tyler Biadasz, and Andrew Wiley. So Biadasz is the center. I wanted the Eagles to draft Tyler Biadasz years ago. They actually traded with the Cowboys. The Cowboys traded up with the Eagles and drafted Biadasz.
Right.
But
hey, Eagles have the top offensive line.
Keep in mind that ranking, though, when people are kind of pushing the Commanders to be that next great team, that line could hold them back.
Yeah, it really could. Now, the defense is where, the Eagles' offense was a lot more fun to go through.
Yeah.
The Eagles' defense, D-line, they have them 3rd. But again, they only have the tackles in this. So Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. Now, I would say upside, probably number 1. But Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen are still studs. So they have the Commanders at number 1. Dexter Lawrence and Rakeem Nunez-Roches with the Giants as number 2. I mentioned the Eagles at number 3. Cowboys number 4. That Mozzie Smith may stink. Edge rushers. Cowboys at number 1 with Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence. No question about that.
Right?
Giants number 2. This is the one thing that scares me about the Giants is Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. One thing that scares me.
I don't care remotely. You know
why?
No,
the Giants are going to lose, but those 2 guys might do damage against Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, okay. Because you know what happened? Washington built one of the great modern defensive lines when they had all those guys like Montez Sweat.
I still don't know how that didn't work out. Chase Young.
Chase Young. And
you're about
all
to
those
say
guys.
Chase Anderson. Phillies.
I was going to say Chase
great.
Allen. I don't even know who that is. Chase Young. And they put that together. And you know what they did against the Eagles?
Nothing.
Squat.
Yeah.
Forever.
They have the Eagles with Bryce Huff and Josh Sweat at 3. Commanders at 4. Linebackers. We're not last.
Hell yeah, baby.
We are not last.
Hang the banner.
They have the Eagles at 3 with Devin White and Zach Pawn ahead of the Cowboys with Eric Kendricks and Damon Clark, which is interesting because the Cowboys usually have great linebacker play. They just always get hurt.
Right.
Like Sean Lee. And who was the other guy that was?
Leighton Vander Esch.
Yes, like those guys. It's a shame because those guys are really talented. They're just always freaking hurt. They have the Giants at number 2. The Commanders at number 1. Frankie Louvu, I wanted the Eagles to go after. They also have Bobby Wagner. But, how much does Bobby Wagner have left?
Back with Dan Quinn, though.
That's a good point. But how much does he have left?
Okay. Does Dan Quinn have the fountain of youth?
No.
I don't know.
Corners. Eagles are at number 2.
Oh, I'll take that.
They have Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland. Now, Bland's out 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, he has the foot fracture or whatever.
Something like that. And Diggs is coming off of the injury, right?
Yeah, it's how Deron Bland made a name for himself last year, stepping in for Diggs.
So we'll see how that plays out. Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, they have as the 2 outside corners. They put the Giants at 3 and the Commanders at 4. Again, Commanders another 4th. Everybody's thinking very highly of the Commanders. Maybe they think highly of Jaden McDaniels and not the rest. Jaden Daniels and not the rest of the team. Who? Jalen McDaniels? Didn't he play for the Sixers?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, thank you.
That was McDaniel.
He's a lanky wing.
There's too many similar names in these games.
Safety. The Eagles are at number 1 with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship. They put the Cowboys 2 with Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. The Commanders 3 with that Jeremy Chin. He was a former Eagle, not drafted draft pick that everybody wanted. And then they put the Giants at 4. And then special teams, of course, the Eagles are at number 1.
Oh, yeah, we got Jake the Make.
Coaches.
Oh, no.
Eagles are at number 1. Now, it's not just head coach. It's
All
also coordinators. So the Eagles are at 1, Cowboys 2, Commanders 3, Giants 4. So
That makes perfect sense.
The final tally out of the 12 groups that they have, players and then the coaching group, the Eagles are number 1 in the NFC East in 8 of the 12. Cowboys have 2, Commanders have 2, Giants have 0. So that stupid bonehead Nick Wright saying the Eagles are going to finish 3rd is ridiculous, even more so when you go through that. And I can't really argue any of those.
No, we're good on that front.
It's going to be a good season for the Eagles. All right, coming up next, we'll get to some calls. We'll get to some texts. And this is a must-win game tonight for the Phillies. I know that sounds crazy to say about a baseball game in August, but they better win because I don't want to go in a rubber match with Taijuan Walker. And that means somebody better freaking pitch well today. Time to put the big boy pants on. We talk about Aaron Nola coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. the 9 o'clock sponsor, but John is on vacation. We'll be back next Tuesday. Connor Thomas sitting in his seat all week long. Now, I'm glad that Connor Thomas is here today because Connor Thomas is Aaron Nola's biggest fan.
I'm up there.
You're up there. You go out of your way sometimes to defend Mr. Nola. Now, the problem with this conversation is I already know what you're going to say. So it's almost not even worth having the conversation.
Maybe I'll surprise you.
Because you're going to end up saying, well, he's going to do it in October, so that's all that matters. Aaron Nola needs to pitch well tonight. Now, in his credit, he has had a good month of August. His last start against the Braves goes 5 1/3, allows 2 earned runs. Only problem was 8 hits, got tattooed a little bit, but they ended up winning that game, right? That was the one game they won in that series?
I believe so.
I think it was. But if they did lose,
either way,
it wasn't on him because the bats were silent in that series except for Weston Wilson in one of the games having 2 hits. His start before that, the Nationals. The Nationals stink, but 6 2/3, no earned runs, only 4 strikeouts and 7 hits. I don't know what the deal is recently. A lot of hits. Here are his last 4 starts: 8 hits, 7 hits, 9 hits, 8 hits. 5 strikeouts, 4.44. He at one point was penciled in as a 8 strikeout guy. Limit the hits, would give up the home run, as we know. I'd rather him give up singles than home runs. The start before that against Arizona, not so great. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, so didn't even get the quality start. 2 home runs, 9 hits. And then the outing before that, the Dodgers, 6 innings, 4 earned runs, 1 home run, but 6 innings, 4 earned runs against the Dodgers.
I'll take that. And the Diamondback start wasn't all that bad. People forget about it because Junior Marte came in and gave up like 9 runs.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Terrible, but he had some stuff that day. He hasn't been Zach Wheeler level. He hasn't been Cy Young, Aaron Nola, but he hasn't been bad lately. He's just kind of been that mid to upper level of the rotation starter the last 4 or 5 times out.
Yeah, he hasn't pitched to his contract, but you paid him for the innings and you paid him for the success in October, which you hope is still coming his way. But here's the deal. Whether it's accurate or not, it feels like Aaron Nola, in his entire career, the last 3 years, not the season where he finished second in Cy Young, but there is a feeling that in big games in the regular season, Aaron Nola has come up small.
Well, there's 2 things. Either and I think it's like 2 times out of 3, he's going to come up in a big spot where you need a stopper in the rotation because you have not been playing well, or it's a big spot where you could sweep a team. And 2 out of those 3 times, he's just looks like he has no idea what he's doing out there compared to the level of pitcher he should be. And then 1 out of those 3 times, he goes like 8 innings shutout.
Right.
So it's weird. High upside, low floor. I don't know what you're getting tonight because you never really know what you're getting with Aaron Nola, but I know there's a chance that he goes out there and dominates.
Yeah, and there's a chance that he gets shelled. And here's the deal. That can't happen tonight. Like, today is a put your big boy pants on outing. If he goes out there and they lose 3-2, it's not on him. But I can't have the Phils are up 2-0. They score 2 runs in the 4th. And then in the bottom or top of the 5th, because the Phillies are at home, the Astros score 2 runs, right? Like, I need shutdown innings. I need innings where you can keep on the momentum going. And that's one of his other biggest problems is momentum sometimes stops when Aaron Nola is on the mound. Does his pitching translate to hitting? Not necessarily, but there is probably we talk about Taijuan Walker. If Taijuan Walker gives up 2 earned runs in the top of the 1st inning on Wednesday night, tomorrow night against the Astros, the rest of the lineup's going to be like, really? This is what we're doing again? Aaron Nola, as we've seen this time and time again, get a 2-run lead and then blow it the very next inning. I can't see these little things or these big blow-ups out of Aaron Nola tonight when I know Taijuan Walker's getting the start tomorrow. You're trying to keep momentum going. You took 2 of 3 against the Kansas City Royals after a disappointing week last week. You take the 2 of 3, you go into this series against the Astros, you win game 1 in impressive fashion, being down 2-0, coming back. You got the great outing by Zach Wheeler, great managerial moves by Rob Thompson with the bullpen and defensive replacements with Johan Rojas. It has to continue today because I know tomorrow that there's a very high chance they're going to lose.
Yeah, and I get that. Now, where we differentiate on this conversation is I'm not a have-to guy. I'm not a, like, this needs to happen until you're really in dire straits. And this team's heading for the postseason. So there is no have-to for this Philadelphia Phillies team right now. Like, outside of win the division, and I think they're still fine on that, whatever. But my point is, you're absolutely right that Aaron Nola, like, should have a great start tonight. Like, when I say Aaron Nola has to have a great start tonight, that's different than I'm saying the Phillies have to win this game. Like, he's got to show you something. He's got to go out there, and this is one of the few opportunities he's going to get to pitch against a great team before you go to the postseason.
Yeah.
Like, remember that. Their schedule gets easier.
It does.
So I want to see him in a big spot prove that he can kind of gut up and do it.
Right. But here's the thing. Like you said, they are going to be in the postseason. They're not losing the division lead. They're going to be in the postseason. But
Right.
I also want to go into the postseason on a good note.
Yeah, I agree.
I didn't tell you that they were out of it after a couple wins against the Nationals. They're still not out of it. It looked great. And the signs point toward maybe they're getting out of it.
They've won 8 of their last 12 games.
And 2 of those 3 against the Royals, they beat the doors off of them. And yesterday was a great playoff-like feel win. But if you lose tonight and you lose tomorrow, you lost another series.
Absolutely. You have to win this series, and that will reach the threshold for what I've determined as being out of it. So I've got a lot of stuff that I'm looking at tonight and tomorrow with Taijuan Walker, but mostly tonight.
But I'm not looking at tomorrow. Like I
know.
I'm already, for better or worse, putting an L in the column tomorrow.
I know you are.
Tomorrow is a Doc Rivers scheduled loss. Put the Sunday lineup out there tomorrow, and that's your own fault doing that, Phillies organization.
And I understand, and I didn't want to throw Taijuan Walker either, but, like, you never know. And I'm not going to tell anybody who disagrees with me on that front, I'm not going to argue with you because Taijuan Walker has stunk. So you may say I'm crazy, but I'm right. Like, you never know. There, even if there is, like, a 5% chance. That's why it's not a have to or must or whatever. But all of the points you're saying, like, if Aaron Nola goes out and he gets shelled and he gives up 5 or 6 runs tonight and they lose, I'm going to be upset with the performance tomorrow.
All right.
I'm just not going to take it to a have to.
I'll hold you to it.
Please do.
I'll hold you to it.
Aaron Nola is an ace.
We go from that Aaron Nola to Aaron in West Philly. What up, Aaron?
Yo, what's going on, Andrew?
Oh, man, how you doing?
What's up, Connor?
What's up, Eddie? How you feeling?
Look, man, do y'all remember last year how embarrassed we were when the Eagles lost all those games at the end of the year and got blown out by Tampa Bay? Okay, so let's go to this year. So, you know, Howie says let's get the offense up tight first, and go get Barkley. And you know what he did, right?
Yep.
And then he drafted a lot of defensive players, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then picked up the guy from the Jets.
Bryce Huff.
This is where I'm trying to get to. I think this is a Super Bowl or bust year for the Eagles. They got to do something because just the way they went out, and because you know Nick ain't gonna have a job next year if they don't.
Look, if they get to the NFC Championship game and lose in a heartbreaker, like I think Sirianni stays another year.
Yeah, but I don't even want that. I don't want no more heartbreakers. We had enough heartbreakers.
Of course you don't want any more
you get that
heartbreak.
close, you want to win it.
But NFC Championship game, like they'd be crazy to fire Nick Sirianni if they got to the NFC Championship game and lost in a heartbreaker.
So tell me what you think they need on defense to make it like in the middle of the pack defense.
Look, I still think they need. I think they need an edge rusher. Now, I don't think they're going to go out and get one. Like I think the team that you see in front of you is the team that they're going to have, and then the trade deadline will come. And if they need to add an edge rusher, they will. And I believe right now that they will have to. But you're not going to get T.J. Watt. You know what I mean? You're going to get who is that guy, Jannard Avery, that they got from the Browns a couple of years ago. You're going to get another guy that's going to kind of be a rotational piece that probably won't be the difference maker for you.
But I think Howie is going to be smart enough to know this time around where he needs help out of defense, he's going to go get it. So I don't know if it's going to be a tight flight player or a player that's middle of the road that can get some sacks for you.
Yeah, the scary thing is, Aaron, and we appreciate the call, brother. Great hearing from you. The scary thing is, if Bryce Huff isn't that great, and I'm not saying that he won't be. I don't know.
No, but it's
going to see him as a full-time player, right? If he's not that great, they paid him a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's Nolan Smith. They trotted him out for a year, and it didn't work out. Oh, we'll be big spenders in the offseason next year. Like, no, he is their big spender. Like, they're not going to pay $20 million for another edge rusher.
Yeah.
Like, Bryce Huff is your expensive edge rusher and will be your expensive edge rusher. Next year, it's going to be, can we keep Josh Sweat again? Or maybe they draft an edge rusher, which that's probably lock right now.
Yeah,
that edge rusher will be a lock first-round draft pick for the Eagles wherever they end up drafting. But they can't be like, oh, well, we'll be big spenders next offseason if this doesn't work out. Like, no, Bryce Huff is your big spender. Yeah, he will be here.
If this defense is going to be good, Bryce Huff has to be good. There is no way to get there. One cannot exist without the other. Now, what I will say is one of our last caller, Aaron, there's questions like, how do they get to be a middle-of-the-pack defense? I think they already are. Like, I think as constructed, the Eagles are a middle-of-the-pack defense. To me, middle-of-the-pack says 14 to 18 in the NFL. Like, that is middle-of-the-pack. That is where I see this team ending up. That's totally fine, and I think you can win with that. Just to get back to the point, in case it's a worry if they have to do something.
Wait, you can get to that because your offense is going to be a top 5 offense.
Absolutely,
right. Like that's how you get to that.
But you have that, so you're lucky enough that you can do that.
Damn right. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, of course, with Connor Thomas. And we'll have some time for a couple more text messages before we get out of here. The Mike Missanelli Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Don't forget, or maybe I shouldn't say don't forget, announcement coming up at 4:15 today during the best show ever. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni will speak to the media. Final cuts need to be made by 4 o'clock today. So Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni will address the media with the final roster heading into week 1 when the Eagles take on the Packers. So make sure you listen to the best show ever today at 4:15. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John this week right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Jalen Hurts didn't think to
9:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll check out the text line before we head out of here. Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 10 o'clock. But it is 9:47. It's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Does Howie Roseman have Super Bowl or bust expectations this season?
100%. And he has for the past 2 years. Now, I don't know if I can say the past 3 years, because in 2022, that jump that we saw from Jalen Hurts and the Eagles team as a whole, it was incredible. We expected them to be good and a playoff team. No one was looking at 2022 and saying, hey, this is going to be one of the great regular seasons in Eagles franchise history, a great playoff run, and lead to coming very close to beating Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. So I don't want to call that one a Super Bowl or bust year. But once you see that, and then you sign him in the offseason to the major contract, I think Howie Roseman, if he had a stopwatch, he would have hit it at that moment that he signs Jalen Hurts to that deal. Because at that point, you have like 3 to 4 years until you get to a situation where the cap hit makes you really tight roster-wise. So it's got to be Super Bowl or bust expectation. You know your quarterback's good enough. You know your offense, talent-wise, should be good enough. Find a way with the defense. So I think the past 2 years have been Super Bowl or bust expectations, and this year's no different.
I'm going to compare Taijuan Walker, and I had this realization the other day watching it, and it was a scary realization. It's Jake Arrieta. Jake Arrieta used to be an explosive pitcher, could get by just blowing people away. Once the velocity started to dip, and remember, they got him at a late time. They paid him a lot of money on the tail end of his career, which that's exactly what happened with Taijuan Walker. Only difference was Taijuan Walker got a 4-year deal. Jake Arrieta got 3. Jake Arrieta never learned how to pitch with his arm losing 3 or 4 miles per hour. He's continued to throw everything over the heart of the plate. Taijuan Walker has not learned how to pitch throwing 91, 92 yet. He's not hitting corners. He's not painting. He's throwing over the middle of the plate, and teams will tattoo that, whether you're the Kansas City Royals, a playoff team in their league, or you're the Chicago White Sox. I guarantee you, if Taijuan Walker pitched against the 31 and 101 Chicago White Sox, he'd probably still give up a home run or two, because they are big league players no matter how bad they are. How can you look somebody in the eyes? And the words that came out of Rob Thompson's mouth were that he earned another opportunity. How can you actually say that when his last outing was probably one of his worst all season long?
One of the things he said last year that made me think, oh, okay, he got a pretty good roster, was that he said it was one of the hardest days he had in terms of deciding who stayed and who go, and we go to the strength, the depth of the roster last year. I don't think the roster is quite as deep this year as it was last year. I'm not saying it's not better, or the team won't perform better. There's a lot else that goes into that. But they have a good team. We all know that. Look at their roster, compare it to other teams around the league. Defensively, there's some question marks there. They replaced 6 of 11 starters. They went out and got some guys that they think will be upgrades. I don't know if that's going to be the case, I think, on the defensive line. And I think that, that's the priority to me in any defensive unit, is up front. And you have a lot of young guys in the interior that you're asking a lot of. I think Jalen Carter is a beast. He's the most talented player on that side of the ball. Question is he ready to be the guy that's getting doubled on every play? And is he going to move mountains when they need him to? Because I'm not sure, and this is probably my number one area of concern, and it's not that they aren't strong here. They have good players on the edge. It's just, are they as good as they were last year? Certainly the year that they went to the Super Bowl. And they're asking too much of some guys that are aging, and Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat, and that are extremely young, and Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff. I think that's a major question for this team.
If it was up to me, he would have not been making that start, and he would have probably not been on this baseball team. But you have to consider options. Bumping him up to Wednesday is not a promotion. That's a demotion. They're throwing him on Wednesday in a final game of the series against the Astros, probably in hopes that they can get a win tonight with Aaron Nola, and that they'll have the series won by the time he throws, rather than starting a series that you really need.
Well, then,
with him on the mound.
What, dude? They better freaking win tonight, because I can't go into a rubber match with Taijuan Walker on the mound against a Houston Astros team that is hot and hitting the baseball all over again. He is going to get tattooed on Wednesday. I already know it. So they better freaking win today. And that's a problem. All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Of course, you heard Connor's voice in there, because Connor is in for John for the next week. Now, real quick, before we get to the text messages. The Chicago White Sox.
Heard of them.
Had their 101st loss handed to them yesterday. They are 31 and 101. I mean, that's a like, they should be relegated.
Are they recently eliminated? I know they've been eliminated.
They have been recently eliminated. Yes.
Yeah.
They should be relegated. Like, there should be a freeze on Chicago White Sox baseball next year.
Send them to AAA?
Every player should not be paid. Every owner, everybody that's involved with the Chicago White Sox should not be allowed to receive income next season. They might have to find other things to do. And I want everybody to get paid, but that's horrible. The record is 121 losses.
Oh, they're going to crush that.
So 31 and 101, that's 132.
They've got to have at least four more games.
30 games left in the season.
Yeah, okay.
Do they lose 21, out of the next 30?
Yeah. That's on pace with what they've been doing all year, isn't it?
So they got 3 upcoming against the Rangers, who are scuffling. Not that I had a futures ticket or anything. But the Rangers are still the defending World Series champions. Then 3 against the Mets, who are still trying to fight for a wild card spot. Then 3 against the Orioles, who are still fighting for the number 1 spot in the National League East. And then they got 3 against the Boston Red Sox. And then they have 3 against the Guardians, who are a good baseball team. But then it's 3 against the A's and 3 against the Angels. So of those 6,
that's going to be it.
You know how we go, the Phillies better go 5-1 during that stretch. They can't go like 3-3.
Only you said that last week. I'll get Connor and John off the hook. You said they should go 5-1. They told you to slow your roll a little.
They better. They should have, and they peed away that opportunity.
Yeah, they're all right.
Then it's 3 against the Padres, 3 more against the Angels, and then they close out the season with the Tigers. Do the Chicago White Sox lose at least 21 of their next 30 games to close out the season and make history?
I'm going to say it's close and that they do that.
They do make history.
They do make history. They are the worst baseball team of all time.
I root for it.
Me
at
too.
this point.
Absolutely. Why
I
wouldn't
root
you?
for when the team's 0-15 in the NFL, I root for them to finish win.
I may send them a letter to ask them to let me throw a game.
It's like what you guys were talking about yesterday. Do you root for history? Yes, I root to see the worst baseball team.
Yeah, sometimes I root for failure too.
I'll buy my ticket to Chicago to pitch for the White Sox.
I'll Venmo you.
Thank you.
Give us one more text there.
All right, we got a nameless texter checking in. He said, if you were to give Howie Roseman truth serum, I think he would tell you the goal is the Super Bowl, but it's not Super Bowl or bust. They have the roster to compete for many years after this.
Well, yeah, look, he did set them up. As we had that texter earlier that said not Super Bowl or bust, but dynasty or bust. Now, to become a dynasty, you got to win one. Like you do. And 2017 is now removed. That's out of the dynasty. Like, that's not in the dynasty conversation. The dynasty conversation started when they got to the Super Bowl and lost. Now, you can be a dynasty, win a Super Bowl, be to like 2 or 3 other ones, and go 500. But they got to win one first to be considered a dynasty. And I wonder if it could be this year. All right, that'll do it for today.
Oh, and that'll do it for this read. I'm getting used to this seat. Remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant, Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives. In my defense, you only pointed at me 3 times.
I know. Everybody have a great rest of your day. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. We'll be back at it tomorrow on an Adam